Welcome back to the third day of Summit. Today promises to be just as engaging and insightful as yesterday. We have a lineup of distinguished speakers and thought leaders who will share their expertise on various topics. So without further ado, let's dive into another day of inspiration, collaboration, and learning. So, about our first speaker. He's an educator, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and a founding member of a range of companies specializing in education, corporate training, advertising, publications, and IT development. He's the co-founder and managing director of BAC Education Group, and he still enjoys lecturing students who are taking the certificate in legal practice, CLP. He started bacflix.com, which is a free online learning portal with a mission to provide equal access to quality education for all Malaysian students. He was named Education Man of the Year by the Brand Laureate, Edupreneur of the Year by Yayasan Usahawan Malaysia, and a lead mentor for the ASEAN Mentoring, a flagship program of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ABAC. He founded the Make It Right movement, MIRM, which aims to create a sustained positive impact on society by championing community causes both locally and globally. MIRM collaborates with over 80 social good entities and is involved in more than 200 charity programs and CSR-related projects and events. He gives public talks aimed at creating entrepreneurs and reducing unemployment through education. So today he's going to share insightful session about business and education opportunities in India and ASEAN. So let's put our hands together and welcome the great Mr. Raja Singam. At the roster.
No, I want to move. Does that mic work? I don't worry. No. Okay. Does this mic work? Hello. Okay. Good morning. I think the introduction was a bit too much and unnecessary. Hi, I'm Raja Singam with BAC Education. Some of you all know me as the large man who hangs around a lot of these events. I'm here today to just share something. I want to thank GOPIO for inviting me. I'll keep it quick because of the fact that we are already behind time. So this is the BAC Education Group. We also have another university which we have forgotten to put here, which we just acquired, which is the UNIMI, the Malaysia University of Computer Science and Engineering. So we run a range of educational institutions. We run the largest law school in Malaysia. We acquired the oldest media and communication film broadcasting school. We are in hospitality, tourism, culinary events. We are in technology courses, so there are a whole range, and we have a dual mode, an online university as well. So what we are looking at is, over the pandemic, we actually developed, and even before the pandemic, for the 10 years before that, we were actually running what we call online education for primary and secondary schools for free. When the pandemic came in, we actually moved the entire university infrastructure online, which meant the ability to deliver, to assess, to do everything for a university online, and we now work with third parties to put their courses online as well. What this meant is we have 100 over UK partners who work with us, and we can now take this anywhere in the world, which means we are now setting up centers globally. So we're looking at India and the ASEAN market. What it means is you don't have to then go and see all of these universities. The year one, the foundation programs, the year one, the year two programs can be delivered through ours. They are then recognized by various institutions, depending on which program. So while this says not everybody recognizes everything, but these are collaborators that we have on our courses. So this is Best Brand, the Malaysia Technology. We have won the Malaysia Technology Award, which is done by the Singapore Business Review 3 times in a row for our online education provision. So we are actually very good at that. And these are just some of the graduates and the areas we have. I want to get to the important bit because, so we have 2 aspects. There's a student recruitment arrangement and a learning center arrangement. Now, the thing about these 2, recruitment is simple. Anybody can become a recruitment center in India or in Myanmar or in Sri Lanka or in Bangladesh or wherever you are, where GOPIO members are, you can very easily, for a small investment, become. Recruitment center is actually no investment at all. But you have to just show that you are able to attract students. And 25% of the fees are given to you. It's, in essence, an agency type arrangement. If it's a learning center, what happens then is you need to have classrooms, you will need to have internet connectivity, which is decent, good connectivity, because all classes can be broadcasted. You need to have smart boards. So we do everything. We do the teaching, the assessment, the curriculum, the setting, the working with the UK institutions are all done by us and our team. So that saves every university going to, say, you have got a center in Hyderabad. They don't have to go to Hyderabad and audit your center and audit your teachers and audit your infrastructure, because we have done all that through the online system that we have. So the thing is, India is currently doing new draft, which is on online education, where they're actually not very keen on online. But for the simple reason that what they want to do is to encourage universities to come into India and build infrastructure projects. It's very simple. So it's nothing to do with quality of online offerings. But what they don't want is the Harvards, the Whartons, everybody to be offering online and not go to India. So draft regulations and the UGC is now looking at things, for example, like let the universities come set up in India. So then you've got big infrastructure projects, 100 acres of land, development, jobs, and then they can only do 10%. But the provisions for recruitment are still there. These are just draft suggestions and proposals of what is coming in, and we will work whatever we want by speaking to UGC. So recruitment centers are fine. Learning centers, we may have to talk to the UGC. But that's for India. All other countries, it's game on. So basically for learning centers, what we have put as a thing, and we have actually got 4 already. We just started actually in December. We have 4 in India, another 4 coming in January. And this is something, there's a gentleman here, the name of Mr. Amarnath. Later I will introduce you all. He's helping us look at the India market. So there's somebody on ground. And what it helps you with is you don't really have to go through all the process of, you don't have to be an educator. You don't have, because everything is done by us. What you need to do is have a presence in the local market, be able to market, and be able to provide support on ground, like a facility. So you just complete the application inquiry form, there's an application process, they will interview, they will visit your site, and then it's on an implementation. And for those who want to become learning centers, they've now made it just US 5,000 for you to start. For recruitment, there's nothing. The only thing is, we do want to see the facilities. So people will come there to have a look that the center is fine, okay? Now I just want to show you, okay, all this, because I know how, these are some of the universities and partners. I'm actually going through this quickly because we have already started an hour late. I don't want to. Okay, these are just some of the courses. So Veritas on the left-hand side, you will see there's foundation, diploma, there's a BA in business, accounting, digital transformation, and various master's courses. So we have MBAs. The very popular one are the MBA courses. We have MBAs in digital marketing, MBAs in digital transformation, general MBAs, MBAs in corporate law. There's a whole bunch. There's a DBA, there's PhDs. And on this side, these are these foundation diplomas, diplomas in law. All of these work with British universities. So the diploma is actually the first year of a British degree. The advanced diploma is the second year of a British degree. Once you have finished these 2, then you can do the 3rd year. And you can do the 3rd year in India or any country in ASEAN, or you can go just do the final year in the UK and then get that work visa to work there for 2 years. So those are the possibilities. There's a wide range of courses. I'm not going to go through this. This is procedural. because I just want to get, and yeah, one of the interesting things also with these MBAs, we have also worked with Coursera to embed micro-credentials, which basically means every subject that they do, we also have micro-credentials from universities like Wharton, Yale, Stanford, which are brought in and embedded past. So you are also getting micro-credential certification because they all get these modules as part of their thing, so that all the courses from places like Google, Meta, DMI, these are price indications. So the fee levels, these are standard fee levels. Okay, that will finish. I think I've exited the thing. Okay, so the slide, can I get it back on? I just want to show the last slide. Whoops. Okay, while we figure that out. Actually, MBA is about 3,000 US. It's roughly the fee for the MBA, out of which you all take 50% and we take 50%. Okay, now, sorry. Okay, these are the micro credentials. Okay, these are other links we have for the library, LinkedIn Learning. So they also get LinkedIn Learning thrown in, they get Coursera thrown in, they get access to a digital library. Why this is great for people like yourselves to look at is you don't have any infrastructure set up. You don't have to worry about setting up the university infrastructure. You don't have to worry about the digital library infrastructure. You don't have to worry about teachers. You don't have to worry about assessment. All you are doing is help to sell the course in the local market where you have a strength. So this is the digital library. So we have everything ready. So your guys, once they sign up, they get the password, they can access everything. Because all this costs millions of dollars on a yearly basis. So the key aspect here is to enable anybody to become an entrepreneur very quickly. A center can be set up in a matter of weeks. Because we need to still do the visit, come there, check the center, and the intakes every month. So these are, okay, this is part of the Malaysia campus. This is here. Sorry, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so this pathways in the sense that you can do 2 years in India, 1 year in the UK, 1 year in India, 2 years in the UK, or you can do 1 year in the Learning Center, 1 year in Singapore or Malaysia, and then 1 year in the UK. So there's a lot of flexibility. How you want to move is essence up to the student. So you can study for 3 years in India, or 2 years in India and 1 year in England, in case they want to apply and get the work permit to work there for the 2 years. So they get, if you see here, you'll see students gain access to a 2-year work visa if they complete the studies there. So you can do 2 years in India, go for a year in England, then you get a work visa to work there for 2 years. So all of these options are there. The benefit, why are we doing this? Because we don't have the energy and the resources to go to India, build a huge campus now in one location, which will take 5 years to 10 years, massive investment, and then start. This gives us a chance to start right across the whole country, not just India, even in ASEAN. As I was saying earlier, Cambodia, I've got someone from Cambodia talking to us now. We have Myanmar talking to us. So we'll set up in some of these countries. Problem in some of these countries is language levels. Proficiency in English is not as strong. So this we won't look at. I want to get you to the most important slide. All these courses are accredited here locally or abroad. Okay.
I just want to explain to them.
Yeah.
I just want to explain to them about what
Come.
actually an Indian.
No, because Amanath represents us, Ms. Amanath here represents us in India. What I wanted to do was to see whether they have actually left my slide.
Yeah.
out.
I'm actually representing India for Brickfields Asia College. Trying to start up, we have already registered 3 centers in India, in Hyderabad and Nagpur. We are going into Lucknow, Andhra, Dehradun, Delhi and Mumbai very soon.
No, I actually want.
No, it's okay. I just want to explain the advantages of whoever are trying to take it even in India is the student, a middle class student has an ambition to go abroad in India. But the biggest hurdle is that he has to pay, let's say to do undergraduate, he has to pay almost 13 lakhs rupees. That is 13,000 pounds every year. and on top of it, another 7,000 pounds for his food and accommodation. Maybe he can work for food and accommodation, but a lot of students who are going from India, getting into works rather than study more, and they're losing their track. 80% are losing their track, practically what we see who are coming back from India, from other countries. That is the biggest problem what they're facing. So one of the beautiful thing about this course is they can finish first year, second year, third year they can go to UK, or first year in India, no, I want to go to abroad somewhere, go to Singapore, study 1 year in Singapore, and then go to UK. That is another advantage what they have. So there is a lot of advantages what Brickfields Asia College program has developed with Abacus, with the support system of Abacus and LexisNexis. And Coursera is a beautiful thing what anybody can acquire from their system. Coursera is Stanford designed program. The programs which you see, the syllabus, courses what you see, each certification you can take it like strategic marketing, you can take your certification on strategic marketing from Stanford or Colorado, or from, let's say, management subject, you can take it from INSEAD. So these are all designed by topmost universities in the world, 150 universities, and they have got attached to that particular, and then a student can take that certification free of cost, that certification, if they join BAC. And that's what we are planning to do it. We are going to start not less than, I don't call it a center, it's a franchise of 20, 30 centers by end of next year in India. So if anybody is interested, we can see.
So now you know why we got Amarnath to sell for us. Okay, so he does a better job selling in India better than I can do.
Thank you.
So now he understands the local market. So very simply, this idea is you don't really have to be in education. What you have to do is have a local presence. We take care of all the education, so you don't have to go through the vetting, everything of all these universities. So Coursera, LinkedIn, Abacus, everything comes thrown in because we have been doing this for 30 years. In a way, you look at it like this is like a Starbucks or a McDonald's in a way. We have been doing this for 30 years. We bring it to you in a much easier format for you all to be able to do it. We vet everything. And we are the largest center for what we call transfer degree programs in the country. And we've been doing that for about 15, 16 years, which means people studying partly here and partly there. I just want to leave the slides here. Normally at the end, I have my phone number. I will just give it to you all. Those of you all who want it, you can take it. Otherwise, Mr. Amarnath. So it's 017 500 6778. Otherwise, you can reach me on LinkedIn. I think you just key in Singam BAC, you will find me on LinkedIn. You can always send me a message through LinkedIn. Okay? The number 017 is a Malaysian number, so 500 6778. Okay, so 017 500 6778. WhatsApp is the easiest way to reach me, but otherwise you can always go to bac.edu.my. If you go to bac.edu.my, you will see a lot of courses, and we have a lot more courses that are coming in. But I think it'll be I'm quite excited about this, and you can see Amarnath is more excited than I am, because it's a great potential to democratize education and to make it accessible. Okay, so thank you very much. I've already spoken longer than I planned to.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can you please remain on the stage? Sorry. You can take your seat, sir. Are you sure? Yeah. You okay? So we are just going to have token of appreciation presentation. We are calling upon Mr. Umesh, President of GOPIO Australia, to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Rajasingam. Thank you, sir. We have a couple of announcements to make. we would request all the delegates to grab your coffee and tea and dine in at the table. Please do not bring it to the chairs. And just make sure that your phones are on silent. And just to ensure a very smooth experience of the final day of summit, we would request everyone to remain seated so that we would be able to speed up the program for the day. With that, we will move to the second panel session, or the first panel session for the day.
Yeah, this is very important topic indeed. It is medical technology. Technology is everywhere. So the technology in medical is tremendous. I think we will be very much surprised and excited to see. So to discuss that, we would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Mugundan, Group CEO of Apricot Group. The panel members are Dr. Muralidharan Paramaswa, CEO of MDA Malaysia, and Dr. K. Selvarajan, MBBS, Pediatric Laparoscopy Surgeon. Yes, please be invited. Come to the stage, sir. Dr. Mugundan.
Dear panel members, you have maximum of 30 minutes. Thank you.
That's a good way to start, right? We've got 30 minutes and that's it. Time's up, right? Okay, good morning, everyone. Since we have already been told we are pressed for time, so we'll move along quite quickly. I've got the privilege and the pleasure to introduce two distinguished gentlemen that you see on stage today. And I would like to ask Dr. Muralidharan, because this is Malaysia, that we actually start off with being a host. And let me introduce you to Dr. Selvaraj first. Dr. Selvarajan, I had the opportunity to just catch up with him just now, has got a distinguished career, both as a doctor as well as he proudly says that he's always participating as a great social worker in India. He's got a huge list of all the things that he has done. I think if I want to recollect some of the things that we covered, one of it was that he started, he's very much focused into pediatric surgery, and he was one of the first to start laparoscopic surgery for pediatrics. He's also part of the International Faculty for Medical lectures and all that, and he does that frequently throughout the world. And most importantly, what I thought was very pertinent for today, that me and Dr. Muralidharan learned about Dr. Selvarajan, is that he started as early as 1987 using computer-aided diagnostics. And that is something I think was very innovative at that point of time. And I'm looking forward to maybe him sharing some of his experience later on. Correct? On our furthest left, my left, your right, we have Dr. Muralidharan Paramasivam. He is currently the CEO of Medical Device Authority of Malaysia. Just a quick note, if you are thinking of anything related to a medical device in Malaysia, you will kind of need to have this gentleman's support as you move through to come into our market. He himself is quite distinguished in both experience and qualification as well. He's started off with having an administrative and diplomatic qualification. Equivalent, I learned today, this morning, thank you so much, Dr. Murali, that it's equivalent to an IAS officer in India, right? He has also served in the Ministry of Health for more than 9 years in various positions. He was 7 years with the Ministry of Environment, and also is currently our trade negotiator for Malaysia for free trade negotiations throughout the world. That gives him a very, very powerful vantage point to see trends, to see movements, and those are things that we'll be focusing on during our panel discussion. He's also got an academic background in biomedical science. He's got a master's degree in criminal justice in UM and holds a PhD in international economy. Now, without much further ado, I'll pass the floor off to Dr. Selvaraj for him to have a quick introduction of himself. And then after that, we should move straight into questions. I've done the introduction. Right, okay, so let's move straight into the question. I saw the surprised look on their face, so, you know. Right, I think what I would like to pay attention on is try to look at how trending happens, right? Because you have got all these years of experience and exposure. So my first question would be to Dr. Muralidharan. I want him to kind of set the stage in terms of his observation of the trending processes that he sees when it comes to medical tech, both locally as well as globally. Dr. Murali?
Okay, Vanakkam, and a very good morning. Thanks, Dr. Mugun, for the introduction and also setting the stage. As you know that medical device technology is now rapidly evolving around the world. And as we know that a medical device is the next frontier of technology in the world. Now everyone is talking, after the pandemic especially, that everyone is talking about the medical device, the development of healthcare, the importance of medical related businesses. Even in Malaysia, if we look at it, the trend, medical device, the business or also the medical device has been established in Malaysia since 1996. 1996 was already in Malaysia. We regulated this industry in 2012. The government regulated the industry in 2012, and we started with our law, our own law, Medical Device Act, Malaysia 2012, and followed by all the other activities. But if we're looking at the trend right now, the business, the market for this medical device technology in the world is now reaching up to $70 trillion. I just came back from China yesterday night, and we were about 33 countries, we all the regulators around the world, we just met about this medical device, and then we were talking about. So what we are looking at now is about $70 trillion of business we're looking at the world. Now it comes to Malaysia. When it comes to Malaysia, the business opportunity or the market size of Malaysia right now for the medical device is now reaching up to 30 billion ringgit Malaysia. That means equivalent to about $6 billion. This is just a start to give you an overview. And now the government or the Malaysia is now putting importance to medical device. That's why the Prime Minister of Malaysia has launched the National Industrial Master Plan, NIMP, 2030, just 2 months ago. In that National Industrial Master Plan, the government is giving importance to 5 sectors right now. So whatever businesses that are coming into Malaysia in these 5 sectors, it will get all the assistance and all the incentives and whatsoever, everything from the government. The 5 sectors, as we know, that one is the E&E, electrical and electronic, automotive, aerospace, pharmaceuticals, and then medical device technology, medical technology, medtech. In fact, among these 5 sectors, the government knows that the medical device sector is contributing highly compared to the other sectors. We are contributing about 25 billion ringgit Malaysia to the GDP of the country. So that is the business that we are talking about. You name it, some people may be thinking of what is medical device technology. Are they talking about X-ray machines? Are they talking about, you see, the MRI machines? Not only that, medical device is at the smallest in Malaysia. I mean, it's same as all the other countries in the world. Medical device means any instruments or apparatus that were used in the medical treatments. That's what we're talking about. Let's say, for example, like a gloves. Gloves is also a medical device. So we're talking about, when we're talking about gloves, Malaysia is the world #1 producer of gloves in the rubber product in the world. Malaysia is contributing 60% of the total demand in the world. We are actually fulfilling the 60% demand of the rubber gloves. face mask is also a medical device. See? And then talking about test kits, COVID test kits, HIV test kits, all those are medical devices. In fact, contact lenses is also medical devices. So these are the range of medical devices that we're talking about. We're not talking about the eye-hand. Of course, we have eye-hand machines. That's a different thing. But everything, like catheter, everything comes under the medical device. So as the role of MDA in Malaysia, so we are the authority in Malaysia that anyone who wants to import or export or supply medical device into Malaysia or out from Malaysia, or they want to set up a business in Malaysia, have to get our approval, license, permits, all comes from us. I think we talk about it in a while. So as a trend, the world is moving towards medical technology, especially after the COVID. And then even Malaysia is now putting a focus on medical technology as one of the NIMP and also in the 12th Malaysia plan.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Murali. So it looks like a positive growth trend that is coming up from Malaysia with certain sectors, and we want to go deeper into the medical device. And if I understand correctly, your medical device classification looks at invasiveness. That means if you have when you actually penetrate the skin, the barriers, then the device category actually gets deeper. Am I correct?
Not only invasive, even non-invasive also we are looking at it. So some of it is non-invasive, also part of medical devices.
Sure. Understand. Now, I would like to switch over to Dr. Selvaraj and ask if we want to learn the trends and everything and what is happening, because you had earlier links in trying to introduce medical technology and medical technology usage at the patient clinical level. What are some of the trendings that you see that is aggressively moving in the India economy ecosphere?
Good morning, all of you. At the outset, I must thank GOPIO International, especially Malaysia, headed by Dr. Gunasekaran and the FWC team for giving opportunity to share some of my thoughts in this panel. I am delighted to be here and participate not as an entrepreneur or an hospital owner, but as a service provider to all. Thank you. Pertaining to your question, I am happy to inform two things. Asia is the best in advantage in medical devices. I attended 10 years ago a seminar in America, San Francisco. There they have been discussing for 4 hours. Finally, they concluded that America or Western is not the place to have a trial of medical devices because so many regulations and it becomes very costly. So they told Asia is the best. So we are in a best advantage because of less regulations and creating many opportunities. Even they produce, it becomes very, very costly. Even Dr. Mailsamy Annadurai, the moonman, and he called us, one engineer and me, discussing about 2 months ago about robotic surgery, equipment and instrument, how to indigenously produce less than the one cost. Otherwise, it would cost 20 crore rupees of Indian INR, less than 6 to 8 crores. That is the opportunity we have. You need not, there is a saying, innovate or imitate. Imitate to the least cost is a greatest opportunity in India, Malaysia and everywhere. I can list out many things in that area. Of course, innovation also, there are many areas, people who are interested. We can have a separate panel discussion sideways. I am ready to share. Important point I want to tell you is, everybody thinks that every latest one is useful to us. Not that. Whatever latest may not be the modern practice allowed in India or the best. For example, lifestyle medicine. whatever lifestyle medicine to prevent cancer, obesity, heart attack, brain stroke, including all other chronic ailments other than communicable diseases can be prevented with a diet, physical activity, sleep, stress management, social well-being, and avoiding toxins, for which there are many medical devices for fitness and health assessment and monitor. This is the modern practice of medicine where there is no medicine, but there are many devices in all the 6 pillars of this lifestyle medicine. I can enumerate. So the key line is whatever latest advancement in the technology may not be the modern best practice. Modern best practice, they learned from Asian countries about meditation, yoga, and how sleep is useful, how 100% plant-based diet is useful, avoiding animal foods, and how social well-being in Asia is helpful to reduce the diseases. Single lone person, 80% of 100 heart attack coming means 80% are lonely people. Socially well-being, they get less. The people who are stressful people are lonely people. So social well-being people get more well-being than the single people. Like that, I can enumerate everything. Plant-based diet was the Asian culture. Plant-based diet was the Asian culture. That is the modern practice. That's why Tenira has come. He has come with natural coconut water. Like that, I can enumerate. And toxins avoiding. We have been farming, natural farming, and got natural foods, but we have gone for everything else. I don't want to tell, but again we have come to the modern practices: natural farming, good sleep, social well-being, plant-based diet, and whatever we practice as about the culture is the best modern practice. Whatever latest technology is not modern good practice, but modern practice is the oldest. That's what I want to test you.
Thank you, Dr. Savaraja. It's quite important as we embrace all these changes that is happening that we don't actually forget some of the basic root causes. Yeah, totally agree on that. Here, for the benefit of all the participants and most of us being entrepreneurial in our initiative and DNA, if we see a synergy here between Malaysia and India, it would be one of resources. Correct. So if let's say we want to actually tap into the resources that India provides, Dr. Murali, is there any sandbox ecosystem that Malaysia is thinking of to where maybe R&D partnership can happen, maybe an initiative from the school level, like we had BAC College showing how they are actually moving overseas, and maybe some R&D pathways, because we know we need that sandbox environment in order to capture innovation.
A good question, Doctor. The sandbox, I think the world is talking about that. Even recently, all the countries we have talked about it. In fact, for Malaysia, I will be announcing next week in the government that we will be starting with the new sandbox program for the medical technologies. You see, Malaysia is now giving importance to 5 niche areas under the medical technologies. These are the technologies that we are looking at to be imported or to be developed in Malaysia. This is what lacking. One of it is about the radiology related technologies, or also the product. The second one is about cardiology, related to ECG, electrocardiogram, and so on, ECG. The third one, we are looking at, of course, it's related to, AI-related medical technologies. Right now, everyone is talking about AI, you see. So now we are looking into the AI, robotic surgeries, you see, robotic surgeries. These are the niche area that the government is now looking, and we want to encourage people to come in. And Malaysia wants to become the hub for these products or these technologies in the region. Right now, we are the hub for cardiology-related products. So we are the hub. Because as I said that we are world number one, rubber gloves. We are world number one when it comes to contact lenses. We are world number one when it comes to ECG products. You see, we have ECG products. We are world number one in hearing implants. Malaysia is the hub for the hearing implants like cochlea and so on. So now we are moving towards, the trend is moving towards this, as I said, these areas. So the first Sandbox, in fact, privileged to announce here, I'm saying that I will be giving the approval for the first Sandbox on AI next week. We're going to start. Regulatory monitored Sandbox. It comes to AI related technologies. See, this is one thing that we are looking at. So there are so many opportunities out there. As I said that a week ago I was in Europe, Czech Republic. We already signed an MOU with Czech Republic. The Czech Republic companies are coming into Malaysia. They want to start up. And as you know that Czech Republic is the world number one producer of the beds, hospital beds. So they are starting up their showroom and also their HQ in Malaysia. I just signed the thing with them. So the opportunity is open for everyone, especially when it comes to India. India is very much, as we know, that developed when it comes to advanced technology, when it comes to medical related, robotic, for example. You see, what happened is like our Ministry of Health, we actually have a MOU with this, there is a hospital in Bangalore, Hrudulayana Hospitals. Our heart patients, especially the pediatrics, the heart pediatric patients, we are sending to Hrudulayana, the government is sending free of charge. We are sending them and we are get treated there. Of course, over the years we have developed the technologies here in our National Heart Center. But then the collaboration is still there because why? We feel that the technology and the equipments they use there is far advanced compared to the other countries. So there are some advantages when it comes to India. For example, robotic surgeries. Some of the first robotic surgeries have been done in India. So this is what we want to tap. So the opportunity is open. As I said right now, the government is looking into it, the opportunity, and we are giving out a lot of things so that the synergy is there. If the companies, they want to come in, this is the time they want to come in. You see, when we're talking about the technology change, when the year of 2000, we were talking about the IT, computers, everything. Everybody was crazy about IT. Everybody is running out of that. 2010, it changed. After 10 years, it changed to a different technology, big data and all these kind of things. Right now, the technology is here. This is what we're talking about. So when the trends change, I think this is the synergy where it happens. It has to come in. So right now the environment is there, the government support is there, and we are opening up the market, we are opening up there. And further thing is, when it comes to connect to Malaysia, Malaysia is connected to the world. As you know that Malaysia is a hub center connected to ASEAN. We are founding member of ASEAN, and Malaysia is becoming the leader in ASEAN. So even when it comes to medical technology, Malaysia is the one pushing for all these recognitions and so on. So we are there. And then we are well connected with all the free trade agreements. Talking about CPTPP, it's connected the half population of the world, US and so on. And then we're talking about RCEP, whereby, China and all those things are part of it. ASEAN, New Zealand, Australia. We are well connected to the whole world. So from Malaysia, you are connected to all the world with these opportunities. That's why I say that we are coming up with the Center of Excellence, and also we are coming up with the Center for all these medical technologies. So that's why the technology in India need to be brought here. need to be brought in here because the people are chasing behind it. Chinese companies are coming. See, when I was in China, there are so many companies, they are saying that we want to come in, they want to establish, and they already started to talk about it, establishing, distribute sheep and everything. Even in Europe, as I said, that the Linet companies coming, all coming in, but I don't see an Indian companies are coming. I mean, I'm sure you know, Doctor, being an Indian and a Tamil origin, to be a CEO in a government, and as I'm a diplomat, you see, and sitting there, definitely it's not an easy thing. But so surprisingly, it's so sad that all this while, hardly about 10 Indians have met me talking about coming into Malaysia or setting up a business in medical device technologies and so on. Hardly. I have a CEO talk with all the CEOs because Malaysia is one of the hub country for many MNCs. We have multinationals, the biggest multinationals established in Malaysia, B. Brown, talking about Abbott, and all these are multinational giants, you see. But none of the Indian companies have approached or even talk about it. I have a few. I mean, I'm here. There's one gentleman here also, the company, yourself. And you know that the biggest distributor or the biggest manufacturer of contact lens is actually an Indian from Malaysia. Yeah, that is the biggest in the world. So as I said, only a handful of people only, but the opportunity is there. So right now, like you asked, the Sandbox, I've already opened up. I'm opening up Sandbox, so you can take part with regulatory, with the connection with the universities, because as you know, the University of Malaya is part of it. University of Cyberjaya, I've already signed with all these universities. They are coming into, see, there is a problem. When it comes to medical device, there is a problem in the medical things. So what is the solution? The university is providing the solutions, and the company should come on board to commercialize it. So that ecosystem is already there. But how many are ready to take it up? That's the question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murali. So looks like there's an open arm invitation for companies, especially Indian companies, to come into Malaysia to explore the medical tech side. Dr. Silvaraja, because you are part and parcel of all the guests that is here, and we are running out of time, so I'll put the last question to you. And can you share with some of your team, your delegates and all, that you will feel, guys, this is an opportunity, please take advantage of this, and some of the people in your delegation that you see can connect the dots to enter into Malaysia through the MDA portal, the Sandbox initiatives and all the things, because you have the decision maker here with us this morning, Could I just pass that to you?
Thank you. Friends, I like to draw attention of all people assembled here. Friends, any business meeting you can have outside this hall. Friends, any business meeting you can have outside this hall. Like as usual, all of you neglect health and fitness. But as a doctor, we like it. Then only we will get more money. I like all of you. Thank you, all of you. As usual, many people neglect health and fitness industries learning because you see the thin attendance. Again, we like it. Then only we will get more money. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, GOPIO. It is not closing, starting, sir. Anybody talks here, we will not take care of your health. We will only talk, concentrate something else and operate on you. Okay? If you concentrate here, we will concentrate on your health. Don't blame doctors, just like behaving like you. The new industry where you can wake up every day and get done is home health care. I saw a home health kit in America. They have pulse, heart rate, temperature, respiratory rate, blood pressure, even weight. Stand on it with Bluetooth, it will come. If you want, it can connect to your family, friends, or a doctor. They were monitoring. For example, I have seen a nurse who had a health kit given to 500 people, $500 every month, monitoring charges. Whenever abnormality, they will question what's your today problem, or if they have doubt, they will send a nurse, or if they want, they will arrange a doctor to the hospital. This home health kit is making itself a great boon, and anybody can be monitored at a distance, even through satellite in different countries. Their own children, kith and kin, they can monitor them. Home health, not only for it, any post-operative follow-up, they need not be in the hospital paying thousands of rupees or lakhs of rupees. They can be at home and they can monitor any abnormality, they can call back in no time. That's also a very important one. Then the wearable devices. The wearable devices, you are a traveler, you can study yourself, and any pregnant women, they can have a wearable device. A nurse or a doctor cannot monitor 24 hours. Whenever the fetal heart rate is abnormal or any other thing abnormal in the mother, they can study and go and attend to them or talk to them. And there is a blame on doctors, especially in India. They are not going to rural, they are not serving there, they are not available facilities. But these wearable devices and telemedicine has brought the gap to zero, because whenever they have all these things at a distance and they can be monitored. And a kiosk, if you create a kiosk for weight, height and blood pressure alone, you can reduce the 50% of the transplants in the world. Anybody who monitors weight, blood pressure and urine sugar, they can reduce. This study was done by Dr. M.K. Mani, who was a leading nephrologist in India, and he has studied in his village about 30 years ago and published it. Heart attacks less than 40%. And kidney transplant less than 50%, and obesity, all these things can be reduced to a great extent with these three parameters, which can be done at a distance with least cost. The wearable devices while on travel, and also anybody can have your mini health checkup in airports, railway stations, or whenever crowded area in the malls. They are going for many things. When you have kiosk, their height, weight, urine sugar, mini health checkup. Then abnormal, go for next checkup. They can draw blood and send to labs, and this can be informed them at a distance to any part of the world because of the digital technology in Bluetooth. And the kiosk in different areas, 2 or 3 villages centered, or every city, more than 1 lakh population, for all doctors, clinic, their addresses, time, consulting time, availability, and how to fix it, what is the fees, and how to go about, what are the facilities in a kiosk. I have seen 25 years ago, nearly 25 years ago in Germany, there is a kiosk. You need not carry any visiting card. Go there, you type what you want, and put a money, 100 visiting card, 200, 500, it will come in seconds. Like that, health information can be anything. Even after testing, you can have kiosk to understand what is to be done in the first or later after reports comes. This is a new idea for everybody who can monitor themselves and have checkups. The wearable devices market says 70 trillion. You can take it from me, 1/3 is wearable devices hereafter, 30 trillion plus. Then the learning part. There are many learning back global. I am very happy. I am going to associate with them. Thank Raj Singam and others. You cannot learn on yourself. Simply put it. You cannot be made as a guinea pig, but we need simulations. That simulation market itself is a $2 trillion industry now. $2 $2 trillion industry, simulation. Anybody who makes and you train, how to train a doctor making a cesarean section or infertility, taking the ovum, taking the sperm and fertilizing it outside, the ovum retrieval from the ovary of the girl is itself a big market. That should be trained. But when there is a simulation, then it is possible. So simulation industry where you can train. Then robotic surgery, of course. Sir, your niche area, today itself I am connecting Dr. Miles Amanadurai. He will open up his associated company here. Sir, you must clap, sir. Because you told nobody is coming. We already come and we are signing. Today we are going to sign with you, okay? Yeah. So probably you are not appreciating, that's why not people coming, sir. Then this lifestyle medicine I told, then everywhere the computer, software and hardware penetrated, including medical field. When you take an X-ray, you need not have a doctor. Doctor may not be in the best of his mind all the time, but AI machine learning, every CT scan takes about 20 to 50 films. 20 to 50 films every doctor should read means they will take minimum of 10 to 20 minutes. Then they have to take a decision correlating everything. But 24/7 doctor cannot work. When you apply AI machine learning in CT scan, MRI, ultrasound scan, it within seconds it gives a report. Even if radiology available, this forms as a second opinion. By study it has proven it is better than a doctor. But you must give money to me, but you can utilize the technology, okay? Because robotic will not eat you. Then another part is to screen. There are hundreds of injuries happening. If you take scans, every doctor cannot see all the scans come to a conclusion. Before doctor goes to the patient, when it is screened, AI tells you which patient is worstly affected by CT scan and who needs the best medicine. Immediately it gives the information. So in that I can go on narrating even half a day, full day about latest technologies, but there is great opportunities. Another,
sorry, Dr. Silva, we've already got ourselves prompted. As you know, Dr. Silva is like a fountain. He's got a lot of information that he wants to share with us, and I think the organizers did a big disservice by only giving 30 minutes. So I really do apologize for that. But let's put our hands together because our two panel speakers have contributed a lot of information for us, and Dr. Silva has actually also made inroads. So thanks to you, I see a potential sign up even today, this morning. So thank you so much. I'd like to apologize to the organizers. We have run a bit of overtime, but I think the information that everybody shared here was worth it. Okay, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Another big round of applause, please. We introduced earlier, but we can introduce again, no problem. Yep. So today the moderator for this session was Dr. Mugundan. He is the Group CEO of Apricot Group. He's dealing with a lot of medical instruments, yes. Yeah. All right, thank you. I think this was a very insightful session. We had a lot of information about what are the technologies involving in medical and medical surgery and all these things. Yeah. Now to present the token of appreciation, I would like to invite Mr. Pregi, the GOPIO President of South Africa. Mr. Pregi? Please, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Next is called Special Talk, Business Opportunities in Respective Countries. We are calling upon our distinguished speakers, Mr. KVS Ganesh Rajan from GOPIO Sri Lanka, Mr. Umesh Chandra from GOPIO Australia, and Mr. Pragi Pillai from GOPIO South Africa. And we also have the fourth speaker, Mr. Satya Narayanan Raman, who's going to talk about business opportunities in Millet. He will be the fourth speaker. So dear speakers, you have 10 minutes respectively. And I would really appreciate if you just can keep within 10 minutes. I'm very sure you have very insightful sessions to share. So we will go with our first speaker. Sir, your time starts now. Our first speaker, so the order is probably we can start with Mr. KVS Ganesh Rajan. Will that be okay? Yeah, thank you.
Good morning,
And,
guests.
sorry, sir. And dear ladies and gentlemen, we really humbly request all of you to be seated so that you will have amazing experience with our speakers, hearing their wealth of experience and knowledge. Thank you.
Good morning, guests and reserved personalities and delegates, my friends. Straight away, I go to the subject matter because I have been allotted only 10 minutes. My topic is business opportunities in Sri Lanka. As we are representing GOPIO Sri Lanka, and with regard to an investment, either in the respective country or any other country, there are three matters we should consider. One is the security and guarantee of the investment. I satisfy the security and guarantee of the investment in Sri Lanka on three reasons. One is, if you look at the PIO origin in Sri Lanka, they are into business. If you look at jewelry, yes, PIOs are there. If it is food processing and marketing, import, export, yes, Mr. Jnanam is already there. He was an award winner yesterday. And if you look at hardware, yes, PIOs are there. And if you look at plantation, yes. And hospitality, including restaurants, food processing, and manufacturing. So I personally feel that when the PIOs are involved in their business in Sri Lanka successfully, that is the first confidence that we can have with the other PIOs outside Sri Lanka. Second, I always believe in, when it comes to investment, there should be a demand. When there is a demand only, the supply will be not only necessary but also appreciated. And Sri Lanka is concerned, now if you look at after 2009, the war was ended. And subsequently, there was an economical crisis, etc. So there is a demand in Sri Lanka. When there is a demand, then the supply is being welcomed by Sri Lanka, especially foreign investments. So therefore, it is a good opportunity in Sri Lanka for investment from outside Sri Lanka, especially from PIOs, as the PIOs have already established their businesses in Sri Lanka. And also on the other hand, if you look at the other countries, importantly and especially India, India has having so much hold in Sri Lanka, and infrastructure development and other investment modes. The investments are running to billions. Therefore, I feel that Sri Lanka is a country where we can have investment and there is a security and guarantee. And also, if you look at Sri Lanka, northern and eastern part, everybody aware, because of 30 years war, there was no development at all. But now the northern east province is free. It's a free zone for investment. And northern east province is the province where it's covered by 3 sides by sea. And land is fertilized land. We call certain areas, we call red soil. Whatever you put, it's the production. So therefore, northern east, and especially if you look at the plantation areas where the PIOs predominantly reside, it's called the middle part of Sri Lanka. That is for agriculture and plantation is best area. And PIOs have, actually they are marking their 200 years in Sri Lanka for their arrival, that they arrived in 1823, and 2023 is celebrating 200 years we are. And especially this plantation area, there are a lot of investment is required, maybe smallholder or in public quoted companies, acquiring shares in government-owned plantation companies. So therefore, there is a real need. In yesterday, the discussion was towards the development of agriculture. I think the heart of Sri Lanka, that's been called the plantation area, is hub for agriculture, apart from north and eastern areas. And if you look at east and the north, there are ample opportunities for fisheries industries and deep sea fishing. Because as Sri Lanka is concerned, everybody aware they're surrounded by sea and there are ample opportunities. And second is whether the system in Sri Lanka has secured the investment. I say yes. Because Sri Lanka in 1979, the Sri Lankan government brought the law called BOI, Board of Investment, and subsequently number of amendments have been brought in, and those amendments have facilitated foreign investment. And subsequently, Foreign Exchange Act was amended to facilitate the foreign investors, and Companies Act was amended, and Banking Act was amended in order to transact through Sri Lankan banks and to facilitate the foreign investments. And there was a special act that has been brought, it's called Strategic Development Project Act in 2008, that is specially to facilitate Sri Lanka. And the Finance Act and Inland Revenue Act, and also specifically there are provisions for double taxation avoidance agreement provisions. So that always facilitates the outside investors and promotes the investment in Sri Lanka. And there was another matter called land alienation. Though there are restrictions on land alienation towards the foreigners and foreign companies, but even in the Land Alienation Restriction Act itself facilitated the foreign investment, there is a special exemption. So the legislations are concerned, or the laws passed by the parliament are concerned, it's towards the investment in Sri Lanka from foreign countries. If that is the case, as the PIOs are already established, they are predominancy in trade, industry, manufacturing. It is a good hub for investment. And on the other hand, in Sri Lanka, there is a huge demand for development after the economic crisis. And finally, I think I have completed 7 minutes, 3 more minutes. Now I only summarize special areas where the PIOs can contribute their investment and services. And if you look at in Sri Lankan perspective, because of the war, there were a lot of industries that has come down. And those industries can be given a new life. And it is not a non-existing industry. It was in existence after independence, but after 79, due to the war, nobody has developed it. So there are huge developments and industrial factories and also especially mining. In northern East province, the mining is really worth business, because after the war, most of the companies have not gone into except few companies. And being northern East predominantly Tamil-speaking population, and I think there are a lot of developments that can be taken place by POs. So therefore, my concluding request is that there are a lot of opportunities we can develop. So if there is any details that is required specifically for any other areas, that can be supported by us and the government of Sri Lanka and other resource personnels, including our members and other resource personnels in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. If there is any clarification, you are free to ask at any time. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time, I'd like to just move straight on to the topic. But on the outset, I'd like to thank GOPIO Malaysia and GOPIO International for arranging this amazing summit over the days. So, opportunities in Australia. In our national anthem, there is a line which says, "For those who've come across the seas, we've got boundless plains to sail." So it is a land of opportunity. It's where there's lots of opportunities there are, and people love the lifestyle and what Australia has to offer. So, if you come and if you are willing and able to invest, there's a pathway to migration as well. Business migration is one of the areas where many people are looking at. Obviously, there are rules and regulations as to where you can invest and what you can invest. Lifestyle everyone loves. Migrants and especially the PIOs have made a big difference in the skilled migration sector, so much so that we, together with a company, together with Suman, we have launched the Migrations Awards Nights, where we recognize the people who have come and made a significant contribution to the country. So what are some of the areas where you can look at? So the seminar, which can be, which can be delivered in 2 days, so we'll try and cover in 10 minutes, but I will just touch on some of the key points that are there. Next slide. Technology is lovely when it works. Okay, so very quickly, looking at some of the key figures there, some of the areas first one is super. If you look at that, it's a $217 billion industry. And super funds in Australia, because it's not regulated, it's not run by government, private companies are allowed, and that's a massive opportunity in there, as you can look at that. Then we look at the finance industry, which is $155 billion. We will look at the facts and figures. I'll just do the key points now. The industry super funds, again, in Australia is worth about $90 billion. And iron ore mining in Australia is $61 billion. So we will look at the macros, and then we will look at the micros later on as well. Financial asset investment in Australia is about 59 billion. So that's the big opportunities there. Now, number 6 is retail super, and as you can see, super and finance, and so this is a very strong growth areas. 56 billion, and number 7 is the national and regional commercial banks in Australia. Regional commercial banks is an area where really people are investing, and the regional area is a very good pathway as well. So that's worth about 55 billion. So these are the total profits in 2033, not just the turnover. So the figures quoted there are actual profit for those that financial year. Oil and gas extraction in Australia, we are rich in resources, a very rich resource country. Of course, there are rules and regulations and the greenies, but we know how to deal with them as well.
The number 9 is coal mining in Australia, and of course we know, Indian companies have really invested in the coal mining sector as well. And number 10 is the professional services in Australia, which is worth about 29 billion in terms of their profits. Now, so the number 1 which we looked at was the super funds. So these are some of the key details. The total profit for 2023, 217 billion. And the initial COVID-19 outbreak and the subsequent economic uncertainty, including the inflationary pressures. So the revenues fluctuate, but it has really come back. I will not go into all the details in interest of time. The second part which I mentioned was the finance. The finance sector operating environment is characterized by record low interest rate and the market turbulence in the past 5 years. But if you look at that now, the market is turning around. So the scope for profit there is just amazing. And there's so much happening in that sector. And after the COVID, the resilience in that industry, it has really rebounded. And number 3, which we looked at, was the industry super funds in Australia. So total profit, as we mentioned before, was 90. I will not go into each detail. Number 4 was the iron ore mining. So these are at the macro level. So these are large scale minings that take place. And I will say a soft copy of the presentation so that it can be made available to everyone. So the iron ore mining is, if you look at the construction industry worldwide, so we are one of the biggest exporters because of the rich natural resource that we have in Australia. Finance asset investment, total profit for 2023, 59 billion. Yet the total assets have continued to accumulate over the recent years, compounding returns for the investors assisted by previously low interest rates. And now, if you look at the building sector, that is just taking ahead in leaps and bounds, especially if we look at Brisbane. Brisbane has now been awarded the Olympic 2032. So from now till the year 2032, the growth will be just phenomenal in that area, and we've already seen those very strong growth in that area. And the retail super, which I've touched on, I'm not going to go into great details of that. The national and regional commercial banks, again, great opportunity there. APRA is what the regulatory body which regulates the banks and the fundings. Oil and gas extraction in Australia. See, global trade in LNG has expanded with growing demand for LNG in Asian markets. I'm just touching on the last ones. And even, driven by that demand from the Asian market and the availability of the natural resources in Australia, that makes it a very conducive environment. Coal mining, as I've mentioned before, is another great area. And the number 10 was the professional services sector. This is one sector in which, our PIOs and NRIs are doing very well. They're venturing into this sector. So this is all the industries at the macro level. And then right now, we look at what are the most profitable businesses in India. These are more at the micro level. So these are some of the areas in which small to medium businesses are going in. Laundromats, and people would wonder why would laundromats take off. So that's on the top of the list. Number 2 is the cleaning companies. As you know, in Australia, people are so busy, they all need to have cleaners coming in, freelance agencies, lawn maintenance, small-scale farming, tour agencies, bookkeeping, consulting, phone and computer repairs, aged care providers. That is one area which is, a lot of potential and growth. And especially in culturally appropriate aged care facilities, there's a lot of talks about that, but not enough has been done. So great opportunities in that. And so what are online business and which are most profitable. There is no single online business that's most profitable. However, online businesses in the following categories tend to be high profit. So these are the ones, the SaaS, which is the software as a service, freelancing agencies, marketing, design, etc., coaching and consulting, digital projects. Arguably the most profitable e-commerce business, that would be the one. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I think I would be running out of time. As I mentioned, there's so much that we can go and discuss into. So Australia is a land of opportunity, and the last slide is, however, the ways to find out what's available and what's available is there's two groups. One is GOPIO. GOPIO has got many, our business, because we have got the Business Council, Youth Council, Women's Council. So through our Business Council, we can, give you linkages where to connect. And also there's another body called AIBC, Australia India Business Council, which is looking, which can arrange meetings, and we do a lot of bilateral trade and trade delegations to India and other countries as well. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, Australia is open for business, a land of opportunity. Thank you so much.
Kale Vanakkam. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Pregi Pillai, and I'm here on behalf of people of Indian origins from South Africa. And I don't have a lot of facts and figures for you. I don't believe in that. I believe in making relationships, and most of this will take place between coffee, tea, and lunch, and if need be, on the golf course. So without much ado, I just want to play something before I start. Just something very short for about 3 minutes or so. Gayatri ma'am, if you could just play. Thank you.
They left the cane fields of Natal in 1865 to fish. Salisbury Island, inside Durban Harbour. They pioneered seine net fishing in Africa using oar-driven banana boats. By 1885, they owned 12 boats, 14 nets, and employed 150 people. They created the first Durban fishing industry. And was rewarded by being kicked off the island and banned from the harbour. By 1900, they were forced to fish off Addington Beach. By luck and technique, they found more fish here. Amazing spotters forecasted the size, type, and movement of shoal, and sign boats gave chase. An orchestra of spotters, sea boats, and shore crew hauled the shoal to shore. By 1940, they had over 150 boats and 1,000 workers. They gave Durban an appetite for shared curry, sardines, crab, etc. They built palatial wood and iron homes on the edge of the sea, where they lived and worked as a community. Regardless of race, age, or gender. They produced heroes like the Padavatan Sikh, who rescued 175 people from drowning when the mighty Mgeni River burst its banks. They produced sporting heroes too. built their own schools and infrastructure. They had arrived at a place where dreams can rise. But apartheid, not the sea, eventually conquered them. They were moved further and further from their fishing grounds. They built their homes they couldn't live in, and forced to move to places no one should live in. Until in 1963, after a century of fishing, they were moved here, Chatsworth, 25 kilometers from the sea. A place where dreams can drown if you let them or forget them.
Thank you. So I'm a descendant of one of those 1860s indentured laborers, proudly a descendant of one. And I was also born in this somewhat enchanted place that they brought us to called Chatsworth. And that's where I grew up from the 1960s until the late 1990s when I relocated to the northwest province of South Africa, which is bordering Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. I come from a line of entrepreneurs. They may have brought my family there as an indentured laborer, but my great-great-granddad did not opt to come back to India. He opted to take his chances in South Africa. I don't know what he did, but I know that my granddad was a farmer, and a group of farmers in the early 1900s took £2 from their pockets and they established what is called the Natal Indian Tobacco Corporation. My granddad grew tobacco, and they also grew tomatoes. In the 1970s, they were forced to stop that, but they continued with the tomato farming for a long time to come. And they went right up to the early 2000s until my last group of cousins quit farming and moved into other professions. So why I'm telling you this is these facts and figures represent a country. But I'm here to represent people of Indian origin from that country. And when I talk about opportunities, I'm not talking about things that you can Google and all those facts and figures, so don't ask me about that. But I'm here to talk to you from the heart about what our people are like and what our people can do. And if this video is anything of an indication to you, you would see the same stubbornness throughout the diaspora. Am I right? You'll see the same stubbornness. And we've had 4 significant intakes of people of Indian origin landing in our country. Most of you would have had the same thing. The first one was slavery. And that happened in the 1600s, when the Dutch and the Portuguese brought people from southern India and brought people even from Malaysia to the southern tips of Africa and just left us there and used us as slaves. The Cape Malay settlements are still there till today. And when you visit Cape Town, you will enjoy the food and the companionship and the residential and the various suburbs of the Cape Malays there. The Indian population got dissolved because it was used and abused, and eventually that 1600s got dissolved there. The second intake came about, which you can relate to Malaysia and other diaspora countries, is the indentured labor system. And the indentured labor system was merely a glorified, more sweeter way of still maintaining its slavery. So you bring people under this particular scheme, you dump them on a foreign ground, you break their language, you break their culture, you break everything that you can break, or you try to break it. And that's what the system was about, because you needed people for agriculture. You needed that laborer there. And then the third system comes about with the academic descendants. And that came in the last 20 to 30 years. And these are people from the IT industries and that are currently serving. So that's what we are, people of Indian origins all over the world. But we are nicely placed for you. We are nicely placed to connect all these dots. And we are like a spider web all over the planet with wonderful opportunities. So South Africa has a good few opportunities. We import rice, we import a lot of things from India, and we do good business with India. We're not a rice-producing country, but we are a maize-producing country, and we export something between 3 to 4 million tons of maize per annum. We also export a lot of fruits, citrus fruits, and I was so happy. When I arrived here, I went into Jaya Grocers and I found South African apples and South African oranges. It made me feel a bit proud. So we're here to talk about those things. I'm also here to look for innovative ideas, meet innovative people, because this is where technology is, and this is what our people are about. And if we're going to conquer this globe as people of Indian origin, our tools are going to be AI, IoT. You understand? So this is where we are in the robotics of things. And we have the necessary skills, the expertise, and to dominate and to work hard and to contribute to the various continents in which we live in and countries. I've been given a note. I've got 2 minutes left. I hope you enjoyed that video clip, and I hope to engage with a lot more people during the break. Thank you all very much. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Malaysia. Yeah, my heartfelt thanks to First World Community, Dr. C.K. Ashok Kumar sir, for being my mentor and for being my godfather. He has gave me enough opportunities and visibility. Okay, so that's why I'm able to grow up in my business and stand in front of you. My sincere thanks to Professor Moni for picking me, especially for one of the largest project in India called Smart Tribal Farming. So I worked with him in the planning phase, which has got the approval from the Ministry of Tribal Welfare as well as from the Prime Minister Office. Thank you so much, Professor Moni. And that's why from India, I went to Gulf and set up my business. And I was able to connect forward linkage and create a big demand for millet, and came back to India and gave a mandate of 1,000 crores of INR rupee for the value-added product for importing back into Gulf. Okay, and recently, 3 days before, I signed an MOU of 150 crores with the Tamil Nadu government for implementing technology in agriculture, forward connect for the farmers, and creating a cluster. Thank you so much, all of you. And we have heard about networking and the power of references, business references only through words. But I saw it in reality after coming here. My special thanks to GOPIO, Dr. Guna, because someone has seen my ad about me in some of the ads in WhatsApp. And one of the biggest business family from Malaysia visited me here last 2 days for signing up business with me, and they are coming with their auditors and attorney tomorrow and day after, where they want me to be their business partner in Malaysia for Millet. So which I'm going to talk about. What are the 11 types of business opportunities in Millet? Out of 11, they have already signed 4 opportunities with me, business opportunity for Malaysia. Thank you. So let me quickly get into the opportunities of business opportunities in millet. I'll start with back from farming. See, millet farming, so we bring in innovation in each business so that technology innovation. I'm basically a technologist. I'm still a technologist. and whatever I have learnt in various industries, I put them into agriculture and in millet in the last 7 years. I've seen the benefits, and that's why I'm converted that into a business model. In farming, we implement in a sort of a technology-based thing called a precision farming. Yesterday, we heard about our friends from Japan talk about JOFA, the BLOF, the biological farming. So this is for biological farming, implement the compost, okay, into the farm to increase the yield. Whereas here, we use IoT and artificial intelligence for tracking the photosynthesis of the plant and to increase the yield. So we have seen yield of up to 10 times to 20 times in different vegetable produce like tomatoes, okra, aubergine, okay, and even rice. And you can see our farms in action in Coimbatore, in Tamil Nadu. So out of these precision farming, so this has all been demonstrated to the Ministry of Abu Dhabi, Government of Abu Dhabi as well as Dubai during the Indo-Gulf Business Summit held this year in August at Abu Dhabi. And I am working on implementing these precision farming for Abu Dhabi government as well as Dubai government. Okay, so this precision farming in millet, not only in millet but even for other agriculture produce also, helps to increase the yield by at least a minimum 4x. So that is one of the biggest business opportunity which starts from farming of millet. The next one is processing. See, many people are not aware about the usage of millet because they do not know how to convert millet into value additions. So for value additions, we need to do the primary processing, which is removal of the outer endosperm, which is called husk. So there are many machineries which are available in the market for dehulling, dehusking, processing, sort of grading, sorting. So manufacturing of these machines is a good business because because of the demand which is created for millets. Okay, there is going to be a lot of demand for procurement of these manufacturing machines, for which we are there from India to give technology transfer for Malaysia on how to make these machines so that you can do the processing here. The third part is collection, the aggregation of farmers into FPO. FPO is a good business model in India that can also be adopted here. The business model which is very successful, rather than considering each farmer or grower independently, separately, it is very difficult to manage business with them. So formation of FPO is another good model. The fourth business opportunity, the fourth business type is, see, when farmers cultivate and when they get the yield, they have to bring it into a storage unit for keeping it, because if the millets are stored under right temperature and moisture conditions, they can be there forever, for many years. Because farmers do not have the opportunity to store them, that is why many of the grains are getting wasted. And Professor Modi will know that last year, based on the information, the wastage of agriculture produce before it is taken into, after harvesting, before it's taken into processing, is around $18 billion in India. It is because of they do not know how to preserve the grains. So having a storage house for the farmers or group of farmers or FPOs, so that they can bring the produce and store it and they can maintain it for years without it getting destroyed. Okay, so that is the fourth thing. The fifth thing is the packing of the grains and selling it in the retail outlet. So these five which I am talking about are more prominent in the urban, rural areas, okay, in the village side, because this is what it is very easy for the villagers to adopt these business model as well as to become successful and profitable, because we bring in the technology and innovation so that the profit increases because the yield is, this is proven, the technology is proven. And the other side, when you come to the other side, see, there are, as I'm talking about different value addition products. Okay, so there are many factories that can be made out of millets. Okay, that is the sixth one. The seventh one is many restaurants can be developed. Okay, the various corporates, they have not come into millets is because they do not know how to use the existing equipment to make value addition products. The cookies, many corporates make cookies in huge volumes, but when they wanted to use the same machinery for making millet cookies, they won't come because millet is a different grain. So we have developed lots of machines at a lower cost from which you can develop up to more than 500 plus products in terms of noodles, pastas, dosas, as well as khichdis, snacks, bakery items and other things. So we have a sort of a machineries which can be supplied here, also manufactured here at lower cost, so that you don't have to eat junk food. You can eat healthy food. So, and then export is another great market. So anything which you produce locally from here, if it is produced with the compliance from various countries, then that can be exported to other countries also. And then there are different websites which are exclusive technology websites which are used for supplying for B2C for selling. So these are the 11 different things. I told about 10. The last thing is from the education. I saw Mr. Singam, okay, Raja Singam, talking about how he has the latest curriculum. So I was talking to him. So we have a special curriculum for bridging the gap between the universities and the industry. Because I have went to around 10 universities in India, studied the curriculum and understood what is the gap, skill gap, and came up with a curriculum so that currently when even the university topper goes to the industry has to spend nearly 1 year to train them and bring them up to speed. But putting my curriculum in the university helps people to be not just current ready, but even future ready. Okay, so these are some things which we would like from India to do the technology transfer for Malaysia. That's why I have come here. I'm happy to support you all in these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished speakers. I would request the panel members to remain on the stage. I'm going to call upon Mr. Ravindran, the Secretary General of GOPIO International, to present the token of appreciation. Yes, please give a big hand. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next, the most weighted session, I would humbly request everyone to come forward and fill up the chairs right at the front here, because we will have a photography session, and There is a live streaming going on as well on Facebook pages. So if you want your faces to be on the media coverage, please come forward. If you don't prefer, you still don't have a choice. You still have to come forward. So can I please humbly request everyone to come forward and fill up the chairs? We would really appreciate your cooperation if you come forward so that we will have more time to listen to our next speaker. I don't think you need disciplined teachers to go around and request you to come forward. At this age, at this very young age especially. I'm giving you all another 30 seconds. I'm sure you have the energy to walk fast because you all just had your breakfast. Yes, that looks very, very nice. Yes, Mr. Suvar, you have to come forward. Please bring your friends as well. I'm putting him on the spot. Okay. We are about to start the next session. Please take your seat. Those who are still standing, there's no seat number. This is not Air Asia, so you don't have to worry. Yeah, you're all in business class, so you can choose your seat. Right, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, I think we shall begin. Yes.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
from the Secretary Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
Our moon mission is also based on the same human-centric approach. Therefore, this success belongs to all of humanity.
ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि चंदा मामा लोग के
Thank you. I'm personally having adrenaline rush to introduce our next speaker for many reasons. The man that I brought to introduce is a world prominent figure in the field of space science and visionary leader in space exploration. Following his early education in native village, in 1980 he earned a bachelor degree in engineering from the Government College of Engineering in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. In 1982, he received a master's degree from the PSG College of Technology in Coimbatore. He later was awarded honorary doctorates from several universities and was the recipient of numerous awards. He had the golden opportunities to work with Abdul Kalam sir. I'm actually having goosebumps the moment I mention his name because he's my role model since childhood. And one of the reasons why I'm not able to sleep more than 6 hours is because his favorite quote, which is, dream is not that which you see in the sleep, but that is something which will never allow you to sleep. But I have no idea how you are able to sleep, or probably that's the reason why you are here as a world prominent scientist working with him for so many years, having sleepless nights, and where you are today is because who you are. Popularly known as Moonman of India, his contributions to the Indian Space Research Organization have left an indelible mark on the world of space technology. He is an Indian scientist and aerospace engineer known for his significant contribution to space research. One notable achievement in his leadership is the Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan missions, India's first lunar probe, which made significant discoveries. He has been listed among the 100 global thinkers of 2014 and topped the innovators list. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to the Moonman of India, Dr. Mailswamy Annadurai.
Thank you. Good morning to all. And once again, my thanks from me and my part of my family also, GOPIO and First World community, giving me opportunity to be part of this session here. And now, with respect to space or aerospace and things point of view, multiple dimensions are there in terms of science, in terms of technology, in terms of exploration, in terms of giving inspiration instead of looking ahead. Many facets are there. But this particular forum being about the commerce, we thought what is the commerce opportunities available, especially now I'm connecting the way, slightly different way, opportunities in space and defense systems in India. I think that's the one I'm trying to see that, because slowly space and defense also coming closer, and not leaving that there. I'm trying to put the things. That means the water, air, land, beyond that space also behaving its own role. And now you look at here, the interplay of systems grow with the defense aerospace system. Especially when you're looking at here, you look at here how we think to grow happens. Everyone individually, or your business opportunity, your studies, whatever you talk about, we think to grow in one way from A to B. It may happen ups and downs. It's one way. Another way is possibly it can be spiral. The spiral means, if you look at here, possibly in the spiral when you keep going, a similar issue may come, but similar issue when you go in the either in the spiral, you will have a wider view and you will be able to come out of that and keep moving forward. And this is how now you're putting the things together in a slightly other perspective. In terms of defense spending point of view, this Indian context, you look at here, something has gone and come back, and now you just keep going up. Similarly, the trend is happening in space also. Now, when we cannot hear the things in isolated configuration, especially when the present context is concerned, be it health, be it education, whatever you talk about, you cannot have an isolated way. Definitely global scenario has to be seen. And the changing global scenario, you have to keep in mind. And the emerging defense needs also have to be accounted. And government policies, how it interplays for that. And then coming MSMEs and startups. I think this interplay of the systems, I think we have to keep in mind while looking into that, even though it is a space also, I think it comes that way. And that way, look at here at the bottom, how it started, Indian space program, how it started. It's a very, very, very modest, very humble beginning. In the 60s, it started a very, very humble beginning. And you look at here, a small rocket system being made there. And this young guy is none other than Dr. Kalam. Okay, and he went on to become one of the super thing in our aerospace system is concerned. But beginning is started like that, and how they were initial launch stages are taken in the bicycle and in the bullock cart being used. I think these are all the initial starting of that. When I talked about initially, I told now the starting from A, but on to go to B. How that then now we are talking about going to the moon, Mars, putting a man into the moon, many things you're talking about. But the spiral has taken in such a broader perspective. Having done that, but basically look at here, Indian space program is not started to go to the moon, or not started to put the man into the space, but it started how the space can be used as a vantage point for the societal needs. Okay, India is a country of evolving, but India could not reap the benefits of the first two industrial revolution. But when we're moving forward, definitely there is a requirement. We have to leapfrog from there and keep moving forward. And towards that, how the space as a vantage point can be used, how that's the way. That means in terms of remote sensing satellite, communication, meteorological, navigation, science and that exploration and band divisions came which later, but many things is for the societal needs in terms of the navy, in terms of the communication, that means in terms of agriculture, in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, in terms of natural resources, and in terms of disaster management, many facets like that. How the society, India can harp the thing. From the space point of view, it started there. So that, just to give an example, for example, we talked about health and education, 2 sessions were there. Now you look at here, the satellite benefits, how it helped for the tele-education point of view and tele-health point of view, okay, and telemedicine and this point of view, you would have seen that a good amount of satellites connecting because India is a country where more than 250,000 villages are there, and every village is having its own schools and its own classrooms, its own boards. But is it possible to provide that many quality teachers is a big question mark. So that to fill the gap, be it a school or be it a polytechnic, be it a college, I think this remains same. So the satellite providing a connectivity such that a good teacher, a good lecturer, a good professor get connected to the remote areas one way. Another similarly, super specialty hospital getting connected to the remote area to the satellite way, also it is same there. So this basically, this as on today what it hands, but definitely it's going to emerge in a much bigger number. These numbers are only indicative, but definitely dedicated satellite-based services in the areas of education and health sector is really in there, and it's amply demonstrated during COVID-19. Okay, but for this connectivity, probably would have been very disastrous, but we are able to contain many things in a much better way. The connectivity of the satellite enabled that to happen. Now, beyond all these things, one is I told education and this, and as I told you, societal needs. Societal needs from point of view, you know, is another dimension is the fisherman. The fishing is another thing when you're talking about. India is a country where it's surrounded by the oceans, and a good number of populace is being within fishermen, and they have their own issues. They have their own issues of crossing the border, getting into problem. Very many reasons. Reason being, possibly they are not seeing the fishing catch in our overall area, or else it can be by many of the weather conditions have thrown them out. So these are all the possible reasons why that's happening there. But beyond all these things, he should get daily, when he goes to the fish, he should have a good confidence level. Yes, I go there and taking this possible. So the satellite combination of the sums of the satellites, look at the sea's condition and trying to see what the potential fishing zone it sees, and through some other satellite, it reaches a communication to the handheld device to the fisherman, so that he goes to the place with a prior knowledge. Beyond all these things, when he into the sea, anything is coming, weather condition is something is changing, that to reach them out there, you don't have the cell phones in the your cell towers in the sea. So satellites helps them to communicate the overall thing. So that is the whole safe and secure way of going inside, and as well as trying to collecting the fishing things point of view, the handheld devices specific to India and specific to the local language also is made available to the people. So that way, it's a various ways of how the satellite can be used for the people in various domains for the point of view done. So this translates into, as on today, nearly 123 satellite missions for the Indian context. Communication, remote sensing, meteorological, such sort of satellites. And that called that again, acquiring India's own strength, everything end to end. That means making the satellites, making the launch vehicle, launching them and operating them and getting the benefits to the common man. This is one way. Beyond that, it's opened up its own commerce wing also. So that way, nearly 424 foreign satellites launched from the Indian launch vehicles from 34 countries. Okay, that also shown up. That's what you get. You can feel the spiral whatever I'm referring. Okay, you can feel that spiral how it's going up there in this particular thing point of view. So now, it is not only the putting the satellite there and trying to do, while doing it, definitely we have to acquire some of the technologies to make the lightweight material, thermal insulations, and the way in which you are communicating the satellite, the way in which you are operating the satellite, way in which that satellite gives the data to you, where in which you are gaining. So these are all the things give the spin-off to various ways to the societies. Okay, starting from the laser communication, starting from the laser surgery, starting from optical communication, our solar arrays of more high efficient solar cells, very many things you look at here. These are part and parcel of the system, which is really robotic system is basically part and parcel of what is we are operating in the satellite. So these are all giving the spin-offs to various ways how to starting from incubator for the thing, very many things happening there. So this is also giving a spin-off where the technology spin-offs coming from the common man is concerned. So now you look the spiral, whatever I told, starting from 60s, very modest way, and slowly gained an experimental phase to operational phase, and accordingly look at here, more and more satellites being done for various reasons, not only for the Indian context, it is being done for the other countries also, and it is being launched for other countries also. Like that, it has grown up into a bigger way. When that's keep coming, basically, you look at here, we are talking about MOUs with this forum, that's why I'm putting the things here. A space point of view, Indian space program, with respect to space point of view, have so many countries having a memorandum of understanding, and even the multinational bodies like European Communication, European Space Agency, like that, those things also connected. Almost, you look at here, a good number of forums, countries are there, nearly about 240 agreements with the 58 countries and 5 multinational bodies are in place to enable this to happen there. So that is, now you look at the thing fast forward, you look at here a very modest beginning to start with. Today you look at here one of the ambitious satellite which is almost ready to be launched, something called NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar. You would have heard about the James Webb Telescope, which is launched and looking into the galaxies sitting there. But now this one is being launched there. It is a multi-billion-dollar satellite, and it will go there and open up nearly a 12-meter dia and full level antenna. From there, each and every point of the earth is going to be seen, such that even the few millimeters of change anything happening in the ecosystem, it will be trying to tell that within every fortnight you will have what was the world one fortnight late before and what is now. I think this is what's required today when the changing environment is concerned. Now it's a lot of concern. The lot of concern is there, like your COVID is there. Something has emerged, and definitely we have to see to that it's not spread too much. It calls for a good monitoring. So then you can correct it back. So this is going to be one such system. Globally it's going to be there. Very ambitious system, and this is going to be there, coming there. While that's happening, parallelly, I think we had a lot of the satellites and the systems have been done with the various nations. Cooperation is concerned. This is what it's talking about. That means the Indian space program is spiraled out, not only making the satellites for on their own, and slowly playing a meaningful role internationally for the common man, how the society can get helped for by that. Today we are talking about environmental, but today the environment is concerned. Even the ocean layer, what it was yesterday, and what it is today, what it is now. I think being satellites being monitoring that, so that how actively the policymakers can take action such that our Mother Earth is kept in a better way, so that next generation it has a much more meaningful. This is what the satellite I am referring. This is very, very one of the ambitious satellite. It's probably a couple of weeks from now this is going to be launched, which is almost a major partner being India, and JPL gives a part of the system there, and ISRO collaboration mission is there, and the world's first dual band L band synthetic aperture radar. This is one of the classic system going to be done, and launch and operation by ISRO using GSLV. We are going to launch. It's going to happen there. So this is how you look at here. It's not just we are going to the moon or Mars. I think even the Mother Earth also, how closely be watched and cared, and that data will be keep coming. While doing all these things, as I told here, we cannot be away from what is the global changing scenario. Okay, and we initially thought a communication satellite will help from the geostationary satellite. That means 36,000 kilometers it's there. It looks at the Earth, it connects. Yes, that's one way it's going to go, okay. But now more and more we have the handheld systems come there. So that way more and more it has gone to from satellite. Some point of time it came to the cell phone tower. But now the cell phone tower has its own limitation. You cannot go everywhere, wherever possible, not possible. So now connecting that point of view, the satellite, instead of that height, satellite is being brought to a nearer Earth. So that when you're bringing back here, good number of satellites you have to launch as that. Anytime, anywhere, wherever you are get connected to a simulated satellite providing as if a cell tower watching you, like that. So that will enable anywhere to anywhere communication. When the anywhere to anywhere communication comes, it again spirals out in a much better way. Much better way means it can connect the 6 billion people, 6 to 7 billion people, connect anywhere to anywhere. 30 billion instruments also get connected. When we're talking about precision agriculture or education, we're talking about healthcare. There are many instruments will be there, and you need to get connected wherever you are. I think that's the way 30 billion instrument connections possible. 50 billion connected machines. I think sitting here, your washing machine you can operate. Sitting here, your car you can ask to come to one place. Many things are possible. Okay, so that's also keep evolving there. That means the world is translating into a domain, everyone to everyone connectivity, everyone to everything connectivity, everything to everything connectivity. This is the connected world. It's going to happen. When that's happening, the scenario is totally different. The satellites needs to be multiplied much better way. So that means when we are talking about the cell phone towers, what we are seeing, satellites will be there wherever you are going there. You will be able to watch there. So such that it's going to evolve in much better way. When looking all these things, a podium like this, this is called, the UN as a forum. UN as a forum for the United Nations Committee for peaceful use of outer space. Around 97 countries were there. And in that, I had an opportunity to chair for 3 years. And looking all these things, how for the humanity satellite can help, and how looking forward what humanity will be there, and putting the things together, is really required to connect haves and have-nots to be connected. That means how to do that. I think various discussions were put forward, and there we have shown how economically India has emerged one of the spacefaring nation today, and how Indian space system is able to connect to the Indian masses in better way. How this connectivity has helped today's developing India. I think Prime Minister of India everywhere acknowledges that. So when that's happening there, so why not even other countries also can be part and parcel of that today who are not spacefaring. Okay, that way, today only a handful of nations spacefaring. Is it not possible to connect, like when we talk about everything to connect? Why not every country to every country have this facility? Is it possible like that? I think a lot of thinking we have put there. So that putting together, what all can be done? It can be called for more satellite, big launch vehicle, many things we can do that. But there are regions wherein international cooperation also can be called for. That means every nation, there's a part and parcel of that. Like an agriculture, like education, like healthcare, every country should have. Similarly, space also playing a role for in each one of the points is also possible. So that is the way we will come. So that we put forward a thing. Instead of just telling, India, yes, by this time we are covered in terms of the satellite, in terms of launch vehicle, in terms of making the systems to used for people there, then trying to give these benefits to the countries who are not having S1 today. Okay, and we through UN, we made a proposal and we implemented it also. This is as implemented. If 17 countries in 2019, similarly October to December, another 16 countries, this many participants, they are brought to Indian Space Research Organization, 2 months of showcasing what India has done. And during that opportunity, giving a hands-on experience of making the small satellite by themselves and launching and seeing that, such that they will get a feel about, like when we are networking here, beyond networking, trying to give a feel about what the satellite technology, why they cannot do. So when this happens there, yes, they go back and they will influence the policymakers and try to enter into the space. I think that is another way. So that means this is one way trying to showcase what India is capable. It's another way creating an ecosystem, virgin ecosystem for space commerce. I think the spiral, whatever I told, just you can keep in mind. Okay, where we started and where we're coming, we have come here. Not only showcasing, we have come here and we are trying to bring the people, the countries who are not part of parcel of space of today, and they are also coming here. That means a space commerce ecosystem is getting award, a virgin market is coming forward. I think that is the idea of this. Yeah. Now, having done that, now let us assume somebody wants to enter into the space market. Okay, need not, he should have everything to launch to operation, but there are major 4 dimensions. Major 4 things are available. Either you can be part of a satellite manufacturing system. That means what all you supposed to do is one way. Or launch vehicle manufacturing is another way. Launch service is another way. You need not do everything, but you can be part of satellite service. Be it the last mile with respect to medicine, with respect to education, with respect to your farming, with respect to logistics, with respect to disaster management, with respect to even insurance. Okay, very many things possible, the satellite service point of view. So that way, you look at here, in each one of them, where you can enter, that is the one which will help in a better way. That means the satellite goes around the Earth, and Earth anyway is evolving. That means the satellite is able to see globally. Okay, doesn't mean even Indian satellite can serve for that other connectivity point of view. Another country, maybe in Latin America, maybe in Africa, maybe in Southeast Asia, some other place possible. So, but that means this particular point of satellite services can be done irrespective of, without you are not having a satellite also. Similarly, launching you can do, launch services you can do, many things also, in isolated also it's possible, provided you are able to understand and can connect at that. So that means you have a lot more is keep coming forward, and you can innovative way also this connectivity. The cell phone only started, but the cell phone enabled many things to come, many things to happen, you are aware of that. So similarly, the satellite connectivity, the satellite services, this bottom of the pyramid, it can go wider and wider, okay, and that possibilities exist, and where the innovation with respect to many of the things it's possible with respect to local resource mapping and prospecting for the particular country, particular region. This thing is possible. Project monitoring, something you are doing there, it may be infrastructure or it can be some implementation. I think that point of view it can be done there. Urban development planning, it can be done there. Fishing and vessel monitoring possible. Defense and national security. Today, you know that without going too much, I can tell you, Ukraine and Russia war is there. Space playing a major role. okay, with not knowing much better there. So like that, very many things are possible, because when that's happening there, they need not have the satellite, but they can make use of satellite services at that point of view. But while doing it here, what it means, okay, this is a slightly older view graph, but still this proportion more or less same will come. Okay, it's only the core of that, the 340 billion would have been gone to 500 billion today. But the proportion of what are I told about 4 major strings: satellite, launch vehicle, launch service, or the post-launch service. So now you look at here that how that's getting fragmented, each one of them you look at here. A good amount of thing is coming under the consumer equipment and GNSS chipsets. Like this, it's keep coming there. Okay, that means even without launching a satellite, without doing it, also whatever it provides, that has extra capacity doing, a lot more possibility exists with respect to space commerce's point of view. That means it has various possibilities in which you can connect your business with the satellite. You can connect your business with the launch service. You can connect your services with the way in which you are seeing, way in which you can communicate. There are 2 things. Satellites go there, you'll be able to monitor to you to the accuracy of few centimeters. Even today, Indian satellite, 25 centimeter accuracy, it can see, resolution, it can see the any point of the thing. Second one is you can communicate anywhere to anywhere. That means particular one place, what it was yesterday, with the 25 centimeters you are seeing, and what it is tomorrow, what is next week, you can see from elsewhere sitting there. Okay, accordingly you can monitor, as I told here, some progress happening there, or something untoward happening there. I think very many things possible here. But now, coming to the, what is opportunity? These are all the things are there. What is the opportunity to talk about here? Indian context, you look at here. Even though the big slice is coming on space applications, but really in Indian context is concerned, the budget is concerned. You look at here 2021 budget is concerned, $1.8 billion for the Indian space program. It's not a big number, but it is a good number. But in that, majority is done for the improving the space technology, making the satellite or launch vehicle like that. But very small system is used for the space applications. I showed the way in which how fishermen can be helped. I showed the technically a way how the education it can be helped. I showed the way how it can be used for the telemedicine's point of view. Precision farming can be used. Many things possible. It's only the possibility shown, but a lot more miles to cover is there. Okay, ISRO has only shown the way, but ISRO has not multiplied how we can do that. So that is a place where that can be improved a much bigger way. That means 1.8 billion can grow much better bigger way, because the space applications, how we are apply the space assets, how it monitors, how it communicates, this putting the things together. Very many possibilities are possible. There, I think a lot more can be applied with respect to the space commerce is concerned. Now, that means with all the things putting together, it calls for, now in the spiral, again I am trying to about spiral only, it's keep coming up. Now there is a need to launch more and more satellites is going to come. When it's coming there, today we have only launch port, the Sriharikota. So now instead of that, one more port also we are talking about, additional place, it is coming near Kuala Airport now, proposed spaceport. Already I think we are talking about that, good amount of already work is going on, land acquisition has been done, construction work is going on, many things happening there. So this gives very advantage position. So wherein you look at here, whatever Sriharikota, it has to go around Sri Lanka to have the launch. That calls for a big launch vehicle. When you're taking it off, it has to make a big turn. When making a big turn, good amount of fuel is being spent to turn it to go around that. But whereas when you go here, it straight away you can go. That means the same launch vehicle what we have today, which is one of the very economically done system. That system itself can give a bigger satellite, a good number of many more satellites, because 133 satellites were launched from single PSLV, but the same PSLV from here, it would have easily more than 200 are launched. Okay, so that way, just take hardware remains same, you are bringing another system, another place. This gives redundancy as well as very more advantages for the more satellites to be launched, because now good number of satellites being launched, few thousands are going to sit there, and there is a possibility going to come future, like humans every day being birth and as well as we are going out. Similarly, it may happen. That means satellites will lose its life. With the satellite, whichever lost its life, it needs to be replaced immediately. That means the possibility of not only every week, every day launch requirement also may come. When that comes, from here we have an answer. Because now we have identified another launch vehicle, which is not more than 30 crore we can spend on vehicle satellite, rather than few hundred crores. So that launch vehicle itself, we can launch onto it here. So a launch space is coming from that place. This is how it's happening in the next level of spiral is concerned. When that happens, now the thing is lessons learned from the Sirigirikota is we take from all the systems from across India. Okay, some stage of launch vehicle, sometimes satellite, many things are brought to the Sirigirikota and being assembled and launched, only that. But now the lesson learned is, now tomorrow let us assume we have to launch daily, like aeroplanes are taking off daily, or every hour, or every another minute. May not be minute, at least every day, 1 or 2 also can happen. That happens, we cannot bring everything from across India and keep doing it here. That may not be financially correct, economically also correct, and logistically also not correct. So the model goes something like this. Taking this place, launch pad will happen, but across that, connecting all these things, from spaceport, you are trying to connect proposed space manufacturing park, propellant park, many things are going to be connected. Connected such that we have some infrastructure coming with respect to the other connectivity point of view also. In that, trying to make a space park, that means everything you try to make around that place. Okay, within that 100-kilometer area, 50 to 100-kilometer area, you make everything, either the satellite system, launch vehicle system, everything. Tomorrow I have to launch, we should be ready for today. Okay. Tomorrow you have to launch, you should be ready for that. I think that is the thing it's coming. So this opens a big market. Space commerce point of view is a totally different dimension it's going to come. Okay, it is not gone are the days when I joined, it was 4 years on satellites to be launched. Okay, but when I retired, every 4 weeks we are launching one satellite. Okay, and then slowly we are going to make every day one satellite also going to come. Okay, so this to come, the ecosystem has to be generated. The one side I told, a good number of countries have been brought and shown what space technology is, and we have shown how economical you can make it deals. With that, the new market is emerging. When the new market is coming, ISRO alone cannot do that many numbers. Okay, that means it opens up a new dimension. How to do it? I think it's new dimension is coming. Now, before still further going, just I will deviate. The defense also, defense aerospace, because defense and space also connected. I will go there, just I come back. And now you look at here, the Indian context point of view. I think any other country also something similar happening there. Indian context, how the India's defense spending has grown from $15 billion in 2007 to $62 billion in 2020. It's keep growing. Okay, this is one dimension. So another thing you look at here, modernization also is happening, where the space also is going to important parts of that. Now you look at here, the budget for the 2023 is nearly 5.94 lakh crores. Okay, and this is, I think we have to keep in mind this also while talking about the space. Now coming to the whatever MSME policy, government of Tamil Nadu, where this is going to happen in Tamil Nadu. Kulasegara and everything around that we are talking about there. How we are connecting Tamil Nadu's third position ecosystem with respect to the industry point of view, and how it's being nurturing, trying to bring these things together is another dimension. And aerospace point of view, defense and aerospace point of view, already we have many of the systems in very levels, it's keep happening there. Now, that means ISRO's Mahendragiri is nearer to Kulasegara, where the things can be tested is there. Second and state-of-the-art launch pad is coming, as I told here, already work is going on there. And the huge wealth of R&D and academic institutions in terms of the research organizations, IITs, 60 IT universities, and more than 600 engineering colleges being in and around Tamil Nadu. You can see, you can understand what is the possibility sitting there. Now beyond that, Government of India has declared another defense corridor taking Chennai, Trichy, Coimbatore, Salem and Hosur, okay, and with the target of what can be done, parallelly, defense point of view, aerospace defense point of view, it's going on there. But still, there is a gap. Okay, southern part of Tamil Nadu is not covered there. So that we are trying to cover using our Kulasagirapattinam coming for the space park point of view. Not only launch pad, space park. I think that's how it's going to connect it there. So, yeah, this is what I'm trying to put down the line that's going to happen there. But there are some issues. Okay, I'm putting a finer prints there. That's the reason I'm putting. That means MSME and startups, yes, it is, they have an issue, a wide issue. But to overcome that, what is happening is, now aerospace and defense point of view, previously one of the things is, even though some development taking place, the volume is not making. Commerce point of view, anybody looking for that, when you invest, definitely you will expect a volume, what you are going to give that. But today, the volume is keep increasing, because I told, space point of view, good amount of market is coming. Defense also coming there. We are trying to connect both the things together. And that way, huge and volume is coming. Returns also will have come. But still, there may be external competition also will be there. We are not telling about it not there, but we have to overcome with that. That means capital intensive nature, and the required R&D, technology and skills prevent the MSPs to participate in the defense and aerospace. That is there, because you cannot, keeping the yesterday's technology, you cannot venture this. That means you have to update your technology. But that calls for capital intensive nature of the required R&D. Technology and skills are required. Skills, I try to say, this good number of institutions are there. We can do that. But R&D and technology point of view, Government of India is helping how to improve. Is trying to help that in a much bigger way. Okay, that way a host of activities have been already taken place. Okay, host of activities to give incentivize people and encourage the people. So what is the part of technology developed within the Government of India organization, be it ISRO or DRDO labs, and the technology handing over to that, so that you can mature and make it commercialization. Very many things have happening to fill in the gap in the technical manpower, which is not aligned to the above requirements. That to do that, I think very many things Government of India is conscious about that, and towards that, a lot of structural changes, a lot of institutional help is being offered to the people. So that means a technology development fund. Okay, that means provided, that means it is not within the Government of India research labs. Taking from them, taking the institutions, IITs together, technology development is being given to the industries, MSMEs and startups, such that you can develop it to the next level with the government incentive, with almost a possible guarantee, a good volume of that will be taken back from your system once you develop it. So that means you are not just producing, you are part and parcel of a developing system, so that you will have your own R&D within the system is concerned. That means you can have a cost and innovation, speed and agility. We expect MSMEs, startups can do much better than bigger laboratories. And innovative solutions can come from that place. But that being incentivized is given by in terms of a technology development fund. So towards that, you will be able to get a certification so that you will be able to make a reliable system, and all these things we can do that, so that we can compete with the what is required, and you be ready with the aerospace and defense is concerned. Towards that, as I told here, R&D phase, good number of support being given there. Similarly, prototyping and manufacturing phase, also good number of support is there. And again, you have to keep upgrading. You cannot keep selling there. And upgradation facility, the possible investments, that's also coming there. And training the manpower to meet the defense and aerospace regimes also being given there. That means this is beyond giving a money, beyond giving a technology transfers. The extensive usage of DRDO and ISRO's hand-holding support during the project execution also being addressed there. So that's how it is being done there. So now transparent with the technology development projects, okay? Teams and sharing the difficulties to the intimation in time, support the DRDO, also being institutionalized. I think that's also being some sort of a hand-holding terms. So this translates into what I mean by that, okay? For example, DRDO's Technology Development Fund, DDF, whatever I told here, the funding up to 10 crore is being given, and up to 2 years of a project duration. That means some work has been given. This you develop, This is a fund, but this is a time. But hand-holding by, as I told you previously, either DRDO or ISRO also does like that. But already some amount of technology is there that you can make use, and you can make use of IITs or other universities help also. So this is way various things, and similarly the various technology development fund is one other way. Another thing is Ministry of Defence HIDEX, innovation for defence excellence, is another thing. These small projects to the funding of 1.5 crore is done to support nearly 300 MSME startups. That means that much fund is available, that many people can offer for that. And another thing is DRDO's Dare to Dream program. This is specifically meant for the people who are just coming out of the college, and they want to start up the system, and they can get connected with the other MSMEs as a smaller supplier point of view. So for that also, for innovative ideas, some prizes have been given there. So this way, a lot of incentives, and these are all the things a year old, but now this will get graduate much better way. Some more items also will come. The incentive also increase. So this is with the experience of what we gained last couple of years. I think these are also in the spiral. It's not only trying to people help, and again how to incentivize the people. What are all the ways incentives can be given? What are all the ways the people can be helped? What are all the people can be encouraged, such that the outcome is kept feeding into the system for the improvement point of view. This is, I told about initially space, afterwards defense. Now I'm trying to connect this, combining the opportunities of space and defense. That's what I think we can do that. So that means you have the defense corridor like that, and you connect down the line over the space also. Putting together, you have an aerospace corridor, defense aerospace corridor. The idea is MSMEs and startups to make use of this existing and expanding ecosystem. The ecosystem is expanding in various ways. It's going to is happening there. To the sector in Tamil Nadu for a win-win and spiraling growth, whatever I told, spiraling growth, not only for the nation, it's for the globe, all the organization. I think this is really the spiraling growth will happen, because what is happening is, instead of the big organizations like ISRO or DRDO, when the MSMEs give the part and parcel of that, we feel, because honestly I feel, the spiraling growth with the speed and agility and innovation will be much faster. Spiral will happen. Spiral cannot come very slow. Spiral has to come very fast. Correct? Now, then only that you will see that. But that the smaller components, agility is better, speed is better, innovation growth is much better. So that way, the idea here is, when the spiraling is not by one or two lines, it is by dots, many dots connected going over that. For that, in ecosystem is evolving, and this global scenario, whatever changing global scenario helps us. And Indian context also, very nice time we are sitting there. And it's a very good opportunity for various aspects point of view. This is going to happen. Okay, when it happens, everything here, definitely India, this ecosystem is going to be, already we are economically good, but this concept with this setup, we are going to be much more economical, and much more will be competitive. With respect to aerospace and defense point of view, I feel we will be much more competitive in this context. That means you look at here, now you're connecting space and defense together. When you're looking at here, Indian space economy is growing rapidly, and private players is now it's allowed there. Now Indian space policy has been very proactively, as with the Prime Minister himself looking into that, and it has been very well done there. And this will lead to the adoption of newer, more efficient technologies, as I told, be infused in much better way. The Indian space policy, that's what I told, 2023, and the Indian space activities bill provided the framework that prioritizes private players' involvement in the space sector. Yeah. India's current space sector is valued at approximately $8 billion US dollars. It has been growing at a rate of about 4% per year. Okay, this rate is really twice the rate of global average. Okay, this is a very many thing you can see that, and I expect this will still go up. It is expected to reach $40 billion by 2040. Now, with the successful launch of Chandrayaan 3 and Aditya is upcoming, everything put together, the brand of Indian space program, forget about space role alone, brand of Indian space program is definitely emerging much better way. And India can achieve, yes of now, 34 countries of 424 satellites we launched. I think I expect this number will keep growing in a much better way. The orders from the other countries for satellite will also keep coming up. So that way, look at here, definitely already we are seeing the spiraling effect. But private players can be a part and parcel of that players is concerned. So that way, looking all these things, the conducive environment what government of India makes also is keep evolving such that encourage the people the new defense acquisition procedure has come, national civil aviation policy has changed, relaxation of foreign direct investment policy has changed. I think very many things also happened to that. And the 20% reservation for MSME companies also is a part of that. So that means defense, not only similarly like a space, whatever we happen, defense export market also offers a sizable opportunity for the MSMEs who are part of the supply chain as the tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers. That is also key emerging. So it's all putting together. It allows more industry involvement in Indian aerospace program. I'm not telling about space program. It allows for them. And it allows for the foreign investors also to be part of this. I think that is maybe the area may be shrinking towards one nucleus, but many people can be part of that. That is the main thing. Because to make that to be more economical, more agile, more speed-worthy, more innovative, that ecosystem is good, but it can allow many people to work together. It can allow many people to participate together. It can allow many people to make use of this and really get benefit for that. That means while doing it here, though I advocated for Tamil Nadu here, but similar thing happens UP also. Okay, there are 2 defense corridors being talked about. 2 defense corridors. Tamil Nadu, I want to connect it space also. That is the reason. UP connecting space may not work very well, but this also is happening there. So the tax incentives are expected to boost. This also, I think I am expecting anything will happen there, to boost the private partner participation happening here. So that means, yes, on today, when we started, very humble beginning, as I told in space program, everything was funded by government. Everything then that way, definitely Indian space program has evolved. Today, I can tell you, the starting was very modest. Today, India has one of the finest infrastructure in the world for the space program is concerned. Okay, finest program. So that much infrastructure has come, and intellectually also people are well placed then, because when the people used to make very many attempts to go to the Mars, very many attempts after making also could not discover water on the moon. India could discover water on the moon, its first attempt. India could make the mission around the Mars in the first attempt with the 1/10 of the money. So that all put together, Indian intellectuals for the space is concerned, very well placed there. All putting together, yeah. So this emergence, say this not began isolated success of one generation. Okay, Siddhas they have done, but very many gaps are there. So now the idea is it possible to handhold this such that next generation also gets a benefit in the spiraling mode? Okay, they also said keep growing. I think that is the idea way in which things are going out there. So this is how I am completing my thing. But today I am not part of ISRO. But I am part of some other advisory roles. I think the list is slightly more. I am only listing it only when we here. And that includes, as Morning told, today the technology levels, whatever I gained from space, now I am working from agricultural to our medical field. Okay, I am trying to see how I can work with the people. I cannot tell I can help, but I am learning also. Daily I can tell you I am a student even today. And that way we are made one of the finest robotic surgery station in India, which is 1/4 the cost of the elsewhere were available. And that I think already some 50 of them have been already we have installed, and its FDA approval also has gone. And now I am trying to see whether the MD approval we can come here. So that way I think very many things are there. Like the spin-offs I told, spin-offs is not only the material, spin-offs is a part of the human intellectual also. Okay, it doesn't mean here that's the way. So with that I will conclude. But if time available, I have another 5 minutes of video. I can run through that. That is basically, these are all telling how to bring up in industry people there, but we need the human resource for that. For that, now we are trying to see, even from the school level, how we can inculcate that spirit of inquiry, that spirit of doing on your own, that spirit of, it is not rocket science like that, you don't go behind. Is it possible to rocket science to be going to the school student? Okay, without even the big degrees, is it possible to do end to end? Okay, is it possible to do? I think we are making an attempt, and that attempt I will show you as a video.
Hydraulic system.
The era of mobile launching is here.
All final checks complete. We are ready to begin the launch sequence. Initiating launch sequence. T-minus 10 seconds and counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
Space Zone, India. Ingenuity taking flight.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, that basically trying to show even for the students what we have done as of now and what we are planning next year. Okay, this is basically one side we are telling about the industry to come out. Another side is trying to see the students also to feel. Students also believe even the tomorrow's rocket science they can be part and parcel today. They can start their work today itself. So you can look at here first ever hybrid rocket which is going to be 100 kilometer. Everything to be done by the students. Okay, and that is going to be happening for this year. Many things happened already. We have done that. I think this is how an ecosystem is evolving in India. That's what I'm trying to put it there. That means human resource and the infrastructure, technology development, a pristine market, everything is in a place so that the spiraling point of view, it will not be an isolated one generation doing, subsequent generation also ready to take and move forward. So that way, in the globally emerging scenario, Indian space program providing its own place and retaining its own place, sustaining its success is very well systematically being addressed by all the way from government of India to the students sitting in the schools. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for also making us to feel that we went together to the moon, although we didn't have the experience a couple of months ago. Dr. Malswamy Annadurai just landed last night, not from moon, but from India, with his spouse. Madam is sitting here right in front with a big smile, although I'm sure they are very tired, but you can see they have the full energy, and doctor has actually given the full speech with full energy. Without a further ado, we are going to open the floor for questions. Yes, we are going to open the floor for questions, and you may raise your question. Please use the microphone. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation and what you have done for ISRO and in our country. My question is very different. When whatever I have read in newspapers, what salary you people are getting in ISRO, it is a just peanut of NASA. So I think a lot of credit goes to your wife and your family. You stay in India. So can you tell me what are the points why you stay in India in ISRO when you must have opportunity to work in NASA and other country, and that make a huge difference. Thank you very much.
Now, if I want to answer one sentence, it's a sense of gratitude.
சார் வணக்கம் சார் ராகவேந்திர பிரசன்னா வில்லேஜ் டெக்னாலஜி ஸ்கூல்ஸ் இங்கே வந்திருக்கேன் சார். இங்கே நீங்கள் கொடுத்திருந்த ப்ரெசன்டேஷனில் மலேசியாவோட என்கேஜ்மெண்ட் கொலாபரேஷன்ஸ் கொஞ்சம் மிஸ்ஸிங்காக இருந்துச்சு அந்த மேப்லையும் சரி. ஸோ ஹவு ஃபார் வி ஆர் தேர் டு ரீச் மலேசியா கொலாபரேட்டிங், ISRO collaborating with Malaysia, sir?
No, if it is not there, I will correct it. Maybe a mistake. But definitely with Malaysia, we have done it. Already one of the satellites have been launched there. Okay. And we are also, now after this my stay, tomorrow and day after, I am going to actively see how it can go. Please, I think we are discussing about that. Right. Definitely it is there. Okay. If it is there, it is a mistake. I have to correct it. Okay. But you know that we have already launched one of the satellite.
Nice, sir. Yeah. Nice to know, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, that's another dimension. And you're talking about the spiraling effect point of view, look at there. The future is concerned. So I told, we don't have fantasy go to the moon. That's what Vikram Sarabhai told. But he continues that, but we should be second to none to use of the space technology if it solves the common man's problem. Today's biggest problem is environmental pollution. The environmental pollution point of view, that means the next generation should stop using the coal, stop using the fossil fuels. But electricity, without that, you cannot have electricity. You need an alternate solution. Definitely we feel the nuclear power will help, but the nuclear power of present context, question mark. So a lot of R&D going on in the ground with respect to your fusion-based the technology. When that happens, you need raw material is helium-3. Helium-3 is abundant in moon, but for that, big question marks were there because the water not being there, how to harvest and bring back. But now water we have discovered in Chandrayaan-1, and with the discovery happened only at the polar regions. But polar region, technically landing was a big question mark, but many people failed also. But now Chandrayaan-3 shown the way, safely we can land. So putting the things together, I foresee a global effort, that's what I told you, global effort, to harness the helium-3 from moon. That probably may happen to 5 to 10 years from now, but by the time technology from ground also will be available using this guy. So that way, I feel the future of thing is concerned, the lunar providing a fuel for back to earth will make next generation to have a better thing. So that this generation spoiled this earth. So before handing out next generation, it is our duty to make sure that we have a better answer to them. Towards that, I think Indian space program has done its job. I think now many people are joining together. Already, you know that NASA chief is talking actively in the thing. Putting together international effort, India also playing a role, it will happen there. We can talk separately, but I don't know because no, sometimes you know the answer you are looking for. Answer you're looking for, suddenly sometime it comes. That happens. Is it because of நீங்க வந்து நினைச்சு திங்க் பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கறனால ஒரு பதிலே கிடைக்காத ஒரு காலம் இருக்கும். ஒரு சின்ன உதாரணம் சொல்லணும்னா அது எங்க இருந்து வந்து எனக்கு தெரியல, பட் சந்திரயான் லான்ச் பண்ணணும். சந்திரயான் லான்ச் பண்ணுறதுக்கு நாங்கள் பெங்களூர்லேருந்து சிறியர்கோட்டை வந்துட்டுருக்கேன். நல்ல மழை பெய்யுது. அதனால் வந்து ஏர்போர்ட்டில் இறங்க முடியல, சுற்றிக்கிட்டே இருக்காங்க. ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் எனக்கு தெரியும். ஏன்னா அக்டோபர் 22ஆம் தேதிக்கு முன்னால் நம்ம லான்ச் பண்ணி ஆகணும். அதுக்கும் பிறகு வந்துச்சுன்னா புயல் வரும் அப்படிங்கிறது. ஆனால் நம்ம வந்து நவம்பர் 1 தான் லான்ச் பண்ணணும். முதல் இருந்த முறை பிரகாரம் நவம்பர் 1 லான்ச் பண்ணால் தான் அப்புறம் சுற்றி நாம் வந்து நவம்பர் 8 வந்து நிலவு அடைவோம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி இருக்குது. இப்போ வந்து என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரியாது. இப்போ நான் சென்னைக்கு மேலே ஏரோப்ளேன் சுற்றிட்டு இருக்குது. திடீர்னு ஒரு ஐடியா வருது. மழை பெய்கிறதுனால அந்த சரியான தருணம் வர வரைக்கும் விமானி சுற்றிட்டு இருக்காரு. நம்மளும் மேலே நம்ம அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு முதல்ல அனுப்பிச்சிடுவோம். அக்டோபர் 22 மணி அனுப்பிச்சிடுவோம். எந்த நேரத்துக்கு போனால் நிலவுக்கு போகுமோ அந்த நேரத்துக்கு அது கடைசி இது அங்கே அனுப்புவோம் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஐடியா வந்துச்சு. அது ஐடியா விமானத்துலேருந்து எனக்கு வந்துச்சு. அது எப்படின்னு சொல்ல பார்க்கணும்.
தேங்க்யூ சார்.
ஹலோ. Okay, this is there are two ways you're talking about. One வந்து Indian going to the space may happen another 3 to 4 years. Indian going to the space. But Indian going to the moon is a big money involvement. Money involved is huge. அதுக்காக என்ன பண்ணணும்னா இப்போ வந்து that's what international cooperation இதில் போட்டிருப்பேன். So we have technically we are clear. Tomorrow we go to the moon. But we are telling about let us everybody go together. So that's why we are part of Artemis also. So that's going to be like International Space Station. That's going to be International Lunar Space Station to happen. So when that happens, I expect 10 years from now. 10 years from now.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to Malaysia. My name is Eric Sinaya, Malaysia. Wonderful unveiling of opportunities on your space commerce. The important thing is the spiraling Indian DNAs around Malaysia and all the PIO countries in the world. Your beautiful information that you have disseminated, probably GOPIO could take that as a challenge, or yourself in your own this thing to reach out those PIOs around the young PIOs around the world to give them an opportunity to be involved in that. Is there a good possibility? Thank you.
Yeah, I think whatever you're telling, I take that's also another spiral. The spiral starting point is today. Let us make our effort, and the spiral expects dots. So I think we can do that. We can do that.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It's really inspiring for space and commerce. For the aerospace and dynamics, the potential opportunity in Tamil Nadu, as you mentioned, the corridor. How do we transform the available opportunities for the unicorn company to create? Because now the trend set, the youngsters, they wanted to start up the company, SME sectors and other people collaborated. So it is a big opportunity for us to create the unicorn setup. So that way we can attract more funds, because you are depending with the government and the government funds. Rather than it will improve a lot for the things, as he rightly pointed out, the GOPIO community as well as other associations or Chamber of Commerce, we are very much interested to create the hub from Tamil Nadu for the whole world as aerospace and dynamics, this particular part. Like Tesla came, the same way we have to nurture our youngsters to think of that. So could you let us share anything for that kind of guidance for the next consecutive years? We can go along with you to create the opportunity for the whole world, especially from the soil of Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, your answer definitely, it sells whatever my 45 minutes lecture had served its purpose. Okay, whatever the thinking you are telling, that is the one what we are expecting. Okay, basically, you look at here, European Space Agency is having a French Guyana on launch base. Nothing less than that for this generation, Kuala for these Asian countries, I feel that can happen. Okay, definitely the ecosystem is evolving there, and GOPIO being one such place, definitely we can address that. And the global meet is going to happen, I think, January. Probably we can think about that, GOPIO's presence. Yeah, because now the idea is the ecosystem, like our industrial factories ecosystem, government generating. Similarly, space park also, that is the attempt what I'm advocating there, such that government investment takes place such that your infrastructure is available. It's hand-holding technology also, ISRO, and the people will be available. You need the youngsters to be part and parcel of mind there. Exactly. That's the idea. Purpose of my whole lecture is that only.
I'm very happy to be present at today's program, and when the Kuala the space agency program is going to come. Now there is another very big movement is also going to take place. There is a green corridor from Koilon to Tuticorin, Koilon, Trivandrum, Kanyakumari, Tirunelveli, and Tuticorin. I think the space program is going to play a bigger role. So I think if there is some sort of synergy takes place between the space application program, space programs at Kuala and the green corridor, because many such green corridor can take place in India, and this is going to be the first one. What is your view on this?
No, what you are telling, I also agree. That's the reason I am trying to tell. Many things are emerging there. Time, the place, required scenario, all put together, I think many things are converging. Definitely, I think that's how I was connecting it there. If you look at there, yeah.
That's why that we also, initiated the Cape Green Mission. We have initiated, and another also. I'm very happy that I have been associated with Space ISRO since our Honorable Dr. Kasturi Rangan was the chairman. As of now, we are planning to bring it out one agri-tech startup in every Gram Panchayat. We have 6.5 lakh villages, 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayat, and means 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayat agri-tech means it is going to have a very huge space applications and GIS applications, AI technology, blockchain technology, 400 agriculture commodity value chain. That's what, as a part of the doubling farmers' income, I wrote 2 chapters, and now I have conducted about more than 230 webinars to attract the engineers from 4,000 engineering colleges and 43,000 non-engineering colleges to get back to agriculture.
Yeah, exactly.
Because another revolution is called, we've seen green revolution, another one is green revolution. Genomics, robotics, informatics, nanotechnology. So engineering students can become a big entrepreneur. I was able to have a very good ecosystems which have put it. And, since I was part of the District Information System program of 87, I was the first project director. And we have visualized now, after 30, 45 years now, the role of our engineering students, 4,500 engineering colleges and 43,000 non-engineering colleges is going to play a big role in the form of agriculture and space application. I'll be very happy person like you, and also see moons everywhere in every Gram Panchayat is very important. Thank you very much.
Sir, I very well accept whatever you're telling. And a couple of forums I also discussed. So our modest beginning in space, those days many people are not ready to join space. It was a condition. Even 1,500 people apply for 200 position. Today, with our infrastructure, after success in the moon or Mars, same 250 things, and nearly 200,000 applications we are getting today. The people are competing to come back to space. Why can't generate same thing for agri department? I think that is the. Yeah. Inner Mars, yeah. Exactly. I know. Yeah.
Under this one, we should take it up.
Fine.
Perfect. I'll be very happy.
Sure.
If this agriculture resources information system, which is necessary for all development.
Yeah, exactly.
Agriculture is space.
Yeah.
And India can lead a very big role.
Very big role.
And then almost all computer science students, data scientists, they can find a lot of
Yeah, exactly. The bottom of the pyramid, we told the services. The services, what you justly shown few things, but it has not increased in a bigger way. Whatever we are telling, precision farming, some places we would have shown demo type of thing, but it has not reached the places. Definitely, definitely. Thank you. Yeah. Perfect.
Now, since our Excellency, Madam President, since he comes from the tribal community, as a one competence for tribal farming, I started with my responsibility to operationalize it during that period, and I started a pilot project from.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure. We can do that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt because we are.
Anyway, we can talk
Yes.
after.
So, Dr. Malswamy is going to be around, so definitely you can have your conversation with him right after this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Many things. Where Kishan drones, announcement has come. We told the drones also can be done as a part of spaceport. Okay. We need nearly so many. Every village one drone. Kishan drone. We are talking about that. So that I think can be part of that. We can discuss that. Definitely we can.
Okay. We will have opportunity for another 4 questions.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Your Excellency and Mr. Guna. A very well explained, cosmic input for all of us here today, Mr. Malswamy. What I would like to share is that in Penang, I come from Penang, we have our own space hub ecosystem and supply chain companies that I'm also involved in, one of the key players. And we are looking into collaborations. We had China space agencies approaching, including Taiwan and also European companies. So if there is any area that we can work together with you, with the startups in India, on a joint collaborations between Penang and India, we are very much looking forward to see how we can work together. And the areas that we are looking in is in the LEO, as well as SaaS. So on a satellite as a service. So these are the 2 areas that we are looking forward. So if there is anything that we can work, we can start talking about it. Okay, thank you.
Anyways, excellence is there. We can follow it up. We can follow it up. Basically, we are told what are all the areas where it is possible. How to enable, we will see that.
Sir, vanakkam sir. I'm Prem here. மூணை பார்த்தாலே உங்களுக்கு ஞாபகம் தான் வரப்போகுது எல்லாருக்கும் நினைக்கிறேன். Okay, thanks for a beautiful presentation. And our request is, we have been serving Ministry of Education and Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia. Okay, now எங்களுக்கு என்னன்னா ஒரு career path for education industry. அதாவது Ministry of Education is school segment, primary 1 to standard 5, 6 வரைக்கும் இருக்குது. அவங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு career path உங்கள் சைட்லேயோ இல்லை இஸ்ரோ சைட்லேயோ ஏதாவது ஒரு சைட்டு ஒரு ஸ்கூல் ஜோனுக்கு என்ன படித்தா தே கேன் பி அ சயின்டிஸ்ட் உங்களை மாதிரி ஆகிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு அதான் இலக்கு. ஆனால் அந்த கெரியர் பாத்துக்கு ஒரு கண்டென்ட், கோர்ஸ் கண்டென்ட், அதே மாதிரி மினிஸ்ட்ரி ஆஃப் ஹையர் எஜுகேஷன் அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு கோர்ஸ் பாத் எது இதெல்லாம் படித்தா என்னென்ன ஆகலாம், இந்த கெரியர் பாத் ஏதாவது லான்ச் பண்ண முடியுமா வித் யுவர் சப்போர்ட்?
Yeah, we can work out.
எனக்கு அது இருந்ததுன்னா இங்கே நாங்கள் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவோம், எஜுகேஷன் சைட்லேருந்து வில் பிக் இட் அப் அண்ட் ட்ரை.
Yeah, we can do that. Basically, my video, whatever I shown, is the school level, how they can wet their hand to make a smaller launch vehicle, smaller satellite launch. We shown that. But definitely, backdrop, a lot of theory, background says there. Putting together, definitely we are doing it back there. We can discuss how we can do that. We can discuss.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming to Malaysia. I'm also a teacher. Okay. Actually, my question is, it's not about the future or anything. My question is, how did you manage your time? What are the challenges you faced when you studied and you came for this? How did you decide you want to do, aerospace? That's what I want to know. What are the challenges? How did you manage your time? Why you decide to come into aerospace? And what was your inspiration to come into and do all this service to humankind? Thank you.
Okay. Normally, I tell the word use the time rather than managing the time. We need not manage the time. We have to use our time. That is the basic thing. Then you look at either Pakana, that means the many places I told that. Possibly, now I cannot tell. I designed from young age. Then I will telling false. If I tell okay, but if you look back how I come, because as I told, something seed thought just some time back I told something we are thinking, something else coming like that. Later it may happen. So possibly until my age of 10th, my village didn't have even street light. Okay, that is given ample opportunity to play in moonlight. Look at the pristine sun, moon, and the stars are concerned. Probably that could have induced, because around that time only Armstrong landed on the moon. What makes somebody to land on the moon? Is it something like that? Some thinking was that. But that time only, one fine evening, our western sky was glittering with a small dot of golden glow, and it is almost engulfed the whole sky. Okay, that is the first sounding rocket launched from Tumba, which I could see from my village near Pollachi in the evening. Launch we cannot see, but definitely effect we saw. But that day we are not knowing what was it. Subsequent day we realized that launch happened there. Then I am asking the question why they are launching. One day or other Armstrong has landed on the moon. One day or other Indian will go to the moon. Probably their starting point is like that, he told. So now, okay, that I went to the sublime. Probably there's something got connected. Today I'm standing here. Because basically, I want to be a school teacher, possibly a Tamil teacher like that only. But in exams marks, I should get full score in mathematics and science, but not in the language. So probably that has driven me to take the science and that. That is another way. But in the any of the space program is just emerging. There's a government of India job. My father, even if not the government school teacher, he probably influenced me to take this job. That is another way. So that way we can. Yeah.
Hello, sir. There's Anantram here. I'm from Bangalore. So this question is with respect to Bhuvan. I'm not sure. I came a little bit late with it. Hello. Yeah. So earlier I had used Bowen when we were into IT infrastructure for CCTV, placing the cameras on. Like it can give a run to the Google, definitely.
Yeah.
But is there any possibility of making it as a commercial product? Because we're using it morely for the B2B kind.
Yeah. Definitely, because we told one of the finest resolution systems available, data is available with us, possible. Because now you know the communication satellites already it's being taken the NSAL commercial wing. Similarly, the remote sensing and the remote sensing product also can happen. I think now Bowen has taken a different, restructured. You are aware, no? Bowen has been restructured and it's better things available even today. Whatever thing. I think it's possible. Today, communication, yes, the transponders point of it's happened there. Next is definitely remote sensing policy. Government is trying to do that. That way, this also can happen.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mohan from Malaysia, from Sabah. Okay, excellent presentation. My question is very simple, but quite difficult to answer. Okay, how political play role in your space mission? Very simple question.
The answer also simple. I think that is not playing any role. Not any role means they have never come in the way of whatever we are doing. That's my experience. My experience is political thing is not coming in the way of our spiraling. Spiral was going on. No, you got my answer?
Welcome.
No, you don't believe I cannot do anything, but it is the fact.
Yeah, I think if he have answered as much as possible, and I know there are another 1,000 more questions could be there, but then we have limited time, so we have to end this quick Q&A session. Yep. I would like to quote Thiruvalluvar here. தோன்றின் புகழோடு தோன்றுக அக்திலார் தோன்றலின் தோன்றாமை நன்று அப்படின்னு திருவள்ளுவர் கூறியிருக்கிறாரு. அந்த குரலுக்கு ஏற்ப இன்று நம் முன்னால் நிற்கின்றார் டாக்டர் மயில்சுவாமி அவர்கள். மீண்டும் ஒரு பலத்தை கேட்டுக் கொடுப்போம். We used to inspire and motivate our youngsters by saying, aim for the star, at least we reach to the moon. But this man aimed for the moon and reached the moon. Yes, Dr. Mailaswamy. So, thank you so much, sir.
I'm not sure what is the secret formula, sir, because even Abdul Kalam, sir, wanted to be a teacher, wanted to become a teacher, and he became a scientist. And you just mentioned that as well. So all the teachers, please take note. You have a very bright future to become scientists, or at least to create future scientists in the world, right? So you have a big role to play. So we are going to have the token of appreciation presentation. For that, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. B.N. Reddy, High Commissioner of India to Malaysia, Mr. S. Gunasegaran, President of GOPIO Malaysia and Chairman, Mr. Ravindran Arjunan, Dr. C.K. Ashok Kumar, So here is the presentation of token of gratitude to Dr. Mailaswamy Annadurai. Let's give a big hand.
Sorry, please remain on the stage. I also would like to invite Madam Vasanthi on the stage. Vanadi on the stage. I would like to reveal one secret about Madam. Actually, Madam was born in Malaysia. And another thing is, there is a street on Madam's father's name in Seremban, Jalan Dr. Muthu. Because that much of contribution he have done to the health services in Negeri Sembilan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. You may take your seats now. Okay. We will now, we understand that many of you would like to take picture with the MCs. Oh, sorry. I think with with the moonman of India, but we really request you to be seated, and we will take the group photo right after the closing ceremony. Okay. Sir, sorry, there is a humble request here. We have a token of appreciation by Sri Kolhapuri, the doll of factory, Dr. Malswamy Annadurai. So sorry, sir. Can you please come back to the stage? Because there is a beautiful token of appreciation. Lord Muruga. Muruga is coming to you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So now we will be moving on to the next closing ceremony. All right. We have started this event very gracefully. As such, we are also going to not finish, but we're going to moving on for the next development in this sector with the PIOs and all that. So to complete this event today, okay, we have this closing ceremony now. So we would like to invite our very own Mr. S. Gunasekaran, President GOPIO Malaysia and Chairman GOPIO International Business Council, to deliver his closing remarks.
Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Guna.
Vanakkam, namaste, and good day to everyone. It's good everyone can come in front and listen to what we are going to talk. I think a few months ago I have spoken to Our Excellency that sending our children, our school children from Malaysia to ISRO. I hope with Dr. Malswamy is here with your help. We could try to do something. Okay, it could involve some expenses flying these children over there. We'll see what to be done. That will be a challenge. We need this exposure to our children. Excellency, His Excellency Mr. Ben Reddy, High Commissioner of India to Malaysia, Dr. Malswamy Annadurai, Dr. Ponnusamy, our President, GOPIO International, Mr. Ravindran, Secretary General, GOPIO International, Mr. Sashidharan, Secretary General, GOPIO Malaysia, Mr. Hari Krishnan, GOPIO Singapore, Mr. President, Mr. Ravindra Jain. Today I got not much to say, but I got to thank many people who has helped us. So a lot of names will be coming. Mr. Umesh Chandra from Australia, Dr. C.K. Ashok, and Mr. Ganesan, Dr. Chako, First World Community. I'd like to thank Ms. Sushma from our First Secretary, High Commission of India. We have come to the end of the 3-day summit. It was a big challenge to organize such a, like I say, it's a mega event for GOPIO Malaysia. For the first time we have done these 3 events together. I hope at the end of the day, most of you, all of you, would have known each other, those delegates that came. That is the main aim of this event for 3 days. We have our friends from Japan, okay, quite a number of them. Thank you. all of you. And we also had some friends from Vietnam. I think I already left. We had a friend from all the way from Sabah, Invest Sabah, Dr. Mohan. Thank you, sir, for coming all from here, from Sabah. And so connected to Invest Sabah. We will come over and do something, see what we can do. To all our volunteers, especially Madam Dolly, Madam Rajeswari, Madam Mahalakshmi, Madam Gayatri. We have two Gayatri here, Madam Gayatri and Miss Gayatri. Because I like to say, this whole event, actually, it's not men behind, women were behind. Actually, they did many things, day and night without sleeping, and it's very interesting. I think another one or two session, they have gained the experience. I think they will run the whole thing. They will be here speaking as a chairman, woman, and so on. I think that's what we want. We need to empower the women more so that they take the center stage and do something like what Srimadi Vanadi was talking yesterday. Of course, our MC, Mr. Parthiban, Mr. Ngeswari. Okay, we had Mr. Govin yesterday. Media partner, India Empire, Mr. Sayantan. I'm not sure is he around or not, all the way from Delhi. We had a technical team led by Gopal. These youngsters there, Kadiresan, Ganesh, and Praveen, and others. Mr. Adi, Mr. Subra, who was in charge of Expo. Mr. Siwa, who was chairman for the banquet yesterday. Mr. Surya, who was worked tirelessly in the past 2 months or so. I just want to, this activity we have to carry on. That we are planning, we met the Minister of Tourism from Puducherry Excellency the other day. And then, we proposed that next event to be held in Puducherry in 2025. I think the Minister has agreed to give full support. In fact, they have put up a booth as well for the past 3 days. There will be a mini business event in Sri Lanka in 2024. It is under the auspices of GOPIO International. GOPIO International Convention going to be held in Sri Lanka. I think Mr. Ravi will explain. Kandiban is here. And I'd like to thank Mr. Kandiban also from Sri Lanka. There will be a federal session in Sri Lanka. One of it will be a session among the many PIOs. But a full-fledged GOPIO Expo and Business Summit, International Summit, will be in Puducherry in 2025. With that, I'd like to thank everyone for your cooperation. All the delegates came from all over the world. We have reached almost 15 countries. We hope to reach more countries. In 2 years' time, we're going to work very hard to reach all of the countries so that we will have a mega event in Puducherry. The announcement and all that will be done next year after meeting Puducherry, going to the Puducherry, meeting them and getting the venue and so on. We will of course collaborate with FWC, First World Community, and other chambers and commerce in India and other countries to make it a successful event. Thank you very much. See you all again. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, Mr. Guna, and also for your reassuring words about the future events that's going to happen. We will now call upon Mr. Ravindran Arjunan to deliver his remarks.
Excellency, Mr. Mailsamy and fellow delegates from the 15 countries. Okay, on behalf of GOPIO International, I would like to first of all thank all of you for being here, and of course, the High Commissioner's support, which was a meaningful one. this is something I like to repeat. This kind of support has been very fantastic, and that's why so much things is possible. Friends, on the past 2 days, we saw a few things. First of all, the PIO connection is an important one. In order to PIOs, you see, as PIOs, people of Indian origin, we left Indian shores, our forefathers, and we ended up in countries and adopted lifestyle there and stayed on. Now, some of the places where the PIOs go, you see, the challenges were business. Challenges of the PIOs when they landed in the country eventually, if you compare to some of the states, some are in South Africa, few places, and some countries, not all PIOs succeeded as required. For example, why do we need this business entrepreneurship? I remember Mr. Selvaraju Sundram, during the inception stage, he always say, if any community, 1/3 of the community engages in business or entrepreneurship, you don't have to be worried about the entire community. And in that sense, we have to encourage as many as our people, our PIOs, all over the world, including Malaysia specifically, because only then you can be removed or released from the shackles of being dependent. That's our problem. We're very dependent. We need someone. We always go on asking for help. I think we all know this very well. The day you become a businessman, the day your community is a business community, associated with a business community, definitely we need not be dependent. We can be small in number, but we still can be the chili, or rather the spice of the community. So my call has been for some time during those days itself is the Indian community in Malaysia in particular has to take this challenge and do not be a begging community. We don't have to ask for anything. We must be able to be on our own. This sustainability is important. And for that, why we have award ceremonies yesterday? Simply because they are businessmen who have come out of this and they have succeeded. We are celebrating the success with you because we want you to handhold. Even just now, Mr. Miles Sami said, even the space industry, you need to handhold the future generation. As how our forefathers have actually set up the whole platform for us to succeed today. I think we as seniors in this community, we have a responsibility for our younger generation. Today we have called the Tamil school teachers to participate in this, simply because to plant the seed that we all have a responsibility to handhold and keep going on. Until the time comes, we don't need to depend on anyone and we become independent. With that, it's important, in Indian context, we are very diverse. We can all kind of culture. And Indians have a lot of things different. Whole of India, right from south to north, we all have different ways of doing things. We always be very proud to say we are united. The word unity in diversity, I always question, is this a reality? Is this true? Are we united in diversity? Can an Indian help an Indian irrespective of your state? So I call upon, GOPIO's call has been there for those days itself. I think it's very important. Despite, I also mentioned it yesterday, let's be Indians first. That is more important. So only in that we can make sure the diversity in unity in diversity can only be a reality if we touch each other irrespective of where we come from. So friends, we have two responsibilities. First, as a GOPIO, PIO countries all over the world, there are 35 million people of us. First, we have to network, reach out to help each other. That is one. Create an ecosystem where we can strive together. That is one. And the other one, and we have a responsibility which I always concern because I'm involved in social work for 30 over years. I don't think so I did my job well, but then we still have to go on. We need to prepare the next generation. Thank you, friends. I really want to thank for you all being here. Let not be there. We have Puducherry coming up. And in 2024, we are going to have our international convention, which have a lot of conferences going underneath. The most important things, I'm also discussing with Sri Lankan group. The chairman is here, Mr. Gandhiban, is already here, young. We willfully chose a very young man to lead the next convention. Give him a big hand. He'll be under GOPIO Sri Lanka, and they chose him. He's the licensed person of that, and I hope there's one factor that we may look into having a PIO-CO meet in Colombo, July 2024. With that, I call upon all of you to give us the full support. As far as we are concerned, we'll continue our work. We need the cooperation of all. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ravindran. So before we go to the next person, I just would like to share a thing here, which is we are very, very proud. This is a very proud moment for all of us because, as of my knowledge, this is the first event other than any government-to-government initiatives. This is the first event we spoke about space and space commerce in Malaysia. Big round of applause. Yes. This topic is always or rarely discussed in Malaysia between governments, not in any other forums. This is the first open forum. We spoke about it, and being a part of GOPIO as well as being part of the first world community, we are really, really proud for today. Yeah. Without further ado, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. B.N. Reddy, the High Commissioner of India to Malaysia, to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Parthiban, Madam Ishwaran, for your very kind words for everyone. Let me make this as a little formal speech as you want to conclude this session, and I think it's only fair that we did it, the spirit with which the whole effort has been made over the last few months by the organizers. President GOPIO Malaysia, Mr. Gunasegaran Srirangan, President GOPIO International, Dr. Ponnuswamy, presidents and vice presidents of GOPIO chapters from various countries, Secretary General of GOPIO International, Mr. Ravindran, Secretary General GOPIO Malaysia, Mr. Shashidharan, distinguished speakers of various sessions, my colleagues, Councillor Amrita Das, as well as First Secretary Sushma. A very good afternoon to all of you. Well, colleagues, Diaspora has been one of the key partners in development of trade and investment ties of India with several countries. And I can certainly single out Malaysia in this context. Our bilateral trade indeed has begun when Indian traders passed through the shores of Malaya several centuries ago, bringing spices and valuable items. In the contemporary times, also diaspora-related business engagement continues to be a key contributor to India's trade and investment ties, as I said, certainly with Malaysia. This GOPIO-led International Business Summit, in our view, is building on this foundation further by expressly bringing these two key elements of our bilateral ties of India with the rest of the world and also Malaysia, which is the diaspora and business. Well, the government of India's participation in this effort is drawn by the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to involve the Indian diaspora as India marches forward, marching forward to in what we call the Amrit Kal, which is the time from now till the time we achieve 100 years of independence, that's in 2047, wherein it was expressly declared that Indian diaspora would be a key partner as India wishes to achieve the status of a developed country. It is this vision that has actually drawn us into this particular event, which is why you also have seen the participation of Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs as well as Education, His Excellency Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, at the Business Summit's inauguration, and also participated in the 25 years or the Silver Jubilee celebrations of GOPIO over the last 3 days. And so also, we also been able to have the Minister of State, Minister from the State Government of Gujarat, that is Balwant Singh Rajput ji, who looks after the industries there. He came, and this is a testimony of how Government of India recognizes the importance and the potential of this particular connect, the business connect, that is relevant and important, for, as we said earlier. On the same token, I also wish to highlight and convey our deep appreciation to the participation and blessings from the Government of Malaysia. You would have seen over the last 3 days, YB Tuan Sivakumar, the Honorable Minister of Human Resources, similarly YB Senator Madam Saraswati Kandaswamy, Honorable Deputy Minister of Entrepreneurship, Development and Cooperatives in Malaysia, also the special officers of the Prime Minister's Office in Government of Malaysia participating in this event. I think it's a clear expression of support for GOPIO's efforts, GOPIO Malaysia, GOPIO International's efforts in furthering this business connect with the rest of the world. Moreover, I'd like to highlight participation of Gujarat. As you know, it is one of the key states in India, particularly when it comes to its role in the overall India's exports, as well as industrialization of India, wherein, as you know, 30% of India's exports, as well as contributing within the state in industrialization, as wherein industry contributes up to 38% in manufacturing alone, in very focused way. So, presence of our Minister of, from the Gujarat and his delegation, and they making a pitch here using this platform for what we call the Vibrant Gujarat, is also to highlight the fact that the GOPIO-led business initiatives must now be taken advantage of, and also use those further strengthen this particular effort by GOPIO in several sectors. Now, in this context, as you heard yesterday, that there was a presentation done how diaspora now can engage, Indian diaspora, in the Vibrant Gujarat summit, which is going to happen next month in India, in Gujarat. Now, in this context, I also wish to mention that I already have received very positive feedback of Government of Malaysia would be sending a delegation to the Vibrant Gujarat. This in itself is a good sign, and I'm sure in some measure, I'm sure GOPIO also would be let's say, taking interest in this particular effort, and we'll see how that coordination can be done. Well, distinguished participant, you know, it is really amazing that we have 220 foreign delegates from 15 countries attending this particular business event, and this alone signifies this dimension of the PIO Connect. And I'm not even talking about 180 businesses who have been associated from Malaysia itself. So I congratulate GOPIO Malaysia and GOPIO International, as well as other chapters globally, for the importance they attach to this international business summit. And certainly the participation of all these delegates in this summit and deliberations on various themes are of paramount importance. We just heard Dr. Mileswamy's very effective presentation, how space commerce can become a driving force for PIO Connect in the business segment, quite apart from country to country. I can certainly discuss separately on what we are planning to do with Government of Malaysia, and some initiatives are coming on how does Malaysia wishes to connect with India on the space science and technologies. Well, speaking about the panel discussions held on various themes, I'm glad to note that they have been very carefully chosen, which are, I think, very relevant to the current day context, which is relating to startups, social enterprises, healthcare and equipment, edupreneurs, smart farming, digital technologies, and of course, we just heard very important of space commerce also. I think these are areas not just important, I guess, for between India and Malaysia, but I think it is with the rest of the world, where they will be playing a very important role in the coming days too. I'm confident that the country-specific sessions that have been taken by delegates from countries such as Sri Lanka, South Africa, and Australia have benefited the participants to explore opportunities available in these countries in relevant sectors. Well, let me take to the next steps, because what we have done is good, but what next? In this context, I think as GOPIO and High Commission of India starts reflecting on this, let's say, event, how do we make it more effective? How do we make it more result-oriented? I think I would like to make a few suggestions, and I'm sure we will work together. Let me start by saying that the GOPIO Business Council, which is now very strongly emerging, it should enhance its linkages both at India end as well as in other countries where they have GOPIO chapters. At India end, let me suggest that the GOPIO Business Council should now try and develop these institutional linkages with the major business chambers in India. You know, we could look at whichever chamber you prefer, whether it is FICCI, CII, or ASSOCHAM, or ICC. There are many chambers in India, but depending on the priorities that you would like to accord, we would like GOPIO under this platform to engage with them so that they have nationwide state-led chambers, which are in itself huge chambers. So we can look at how in a very coordinated manner establish that linkage and also try and make it at a long-term basis. And these can be activated fairly easily, and we can look at that. And the second one is, like this time, obviously the diverse sectors have been looked at. While such wider focus is there, perhaps you could look at getting into 2 specific sectors each year so that there is a focused participation and sector-specific export promotion councils in India. In those 2 sectors which you identify, we can bring in the export promotion councils in India to partner with you and also bring in certain, let's say, industry having already links with Malaysia or with other countries where GOPIO chapters are there, they can come in. As you know, Malaysia is a focus country for India, both for trade and investment opportunities, simply because Malaysia is the 3rd largest trading partner for India in the ASEAN region. Similarly, for Malaysia, also India is among the top 10 trading partners. So business summits like this one can be used as a platform by both the countries. And I'm very sure it will appeal to the Malaysian government. It has already appealed, let me put it this way, by very participation. Look at twin advantages the Malaysian government will achieve through this. One is, of course, bilaterally India and Malaysia, which we are doing, and it will continue to be there, and we will try and use this platform to promote further. On the other hand, Malaysia is able to outreach to so many other countries where Indian diaspora lives, and the business promotion would further be enhanced, and thereby the trade between those countries and Malaysia has the potential to increase. So I see that there is a great merit in expanding the sort of focus, how you want to look at it. Next one is about, as you know, in India there are several investor summits are held by various states in India. Like for example, this year, this platform has been very effectively, let's say, participated by the state government of Gujarat. So you could look at, as a GOPIO, both Malaysia, GOPIO International, can look at associating with those investor summits. Usually they are announced well in advance, almost 6 to 8 months before, whether GOPIO could start sending delegations to those investor summits. Similarly, your platform as and when you do the next event, if you have the date and time and preferred time has been, let's say, decided, then you could invite them to come and use your platform like Gujarat did this year. So there will be a lot of incentive for them to be able to talking to a much wider audience, not just from Malaysia, but in different countries. So this can be something we can look at. Similarly, as you all know that now Pravasi Bharatiya Divas is held every 2 years, and we would certainly look at how the business dimension of GOPIO. So far, I think you have been focusing on more social, cultural, and linguistic connect and several other areas, but the business connect can be sort of inducted into PBD, and we would be able to impress on the organization committee, let's say in 2025 now, GOPIO can bring in the business aspects into this whole equation. Well, similarly, next time you could also look at targeted promotion of traditional systems of Indian medicine and business opportunity in export of drugs, particularly in the field of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani. It's very popular, and the government of India has been making special efforts in their promotion, not just in Malaysia but in several other countries. So it will be very useful, wherein we can connect you with some of the key let's say business chambers dealing with the traditional systems of medicine, and Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani coming into this platform and spoken to will further enhance, I would use the word, the Indian character of the GOPIO International or GOPIO's business dimensions. And also this year I found, I must say, to the credit of the organizers, the GOPIO Malaysia and GOPIO International, this year you've been able to bring in several of the prominent Malaysian Indian chambers, business chambers associated with this event. I saw the representatives of MIKI, KLCK, FIKIM in full measure, and outreach like this for inviting Indian diaspora business chambers from other countries. I'm sure some of you are already present, in a little more focused manner can bring in that particular connect. GOPIO would become a very good conduit for different chambers of PIOs or the Indian diaspora to connect with each other. So I think this is another effort which will go a long way as I see it. Certainly the deliberations that we have made through this 3-day event must be captured well, and they must be recorded and put into a report where it is disseminated to members and help create that particular, let's say, necessary backdrop for the next event. People reading the report should be able to understand the extent to which the issues were deliberated, and thereby they can further add in the next event whenever it is held with the new ideas and perhaps with the new initiative that can be brought in, because these reports are very important, which is why all government work that gets done is always believes in reporting very effectively. And I think you should be doing this in the coming days or weeks. Well, colleagues, the summit itself, if seen as an outcome of continued and ongoing business engagements in various sectors through the year, would bring greater value to all participants. Maybe you can target quarterly virtual sessions, if that is possible, wherein this can happen through collaborative efforts between GOPIO and other Malaysian Indian business chambers also. So this kind of virtual sessions, we should not shy away. COVID is no longer with us, but there are silver lining to every dark cloud. Now we have learned to connect with each other at any given point in time, as long as the time zones sort of match, to be able to bring this connect effectively. GOPIO Malaysia should also consider, if possible, look at merging the PIO Day Malaysia in some measure. PIO Day Malaysia should also have the business component so that better synergies can be developed and to widen the participation of colleagues. By the way, many of you are present in the PIO Day Malaysia, but it was very successfully held in the month of June. In fact, this is the first ever PIO Day of Malaysia that was held. I think the only country where I am aware of is in Mauritius, where it's held annually. So Malaysia gets the credit being the second country to be doing this. And it is important that while the celebration, while you acknowledge the great contributions of your ancestors, as we all celebrate the life of our good late Selva, who has been a very dear friend to me, and I've been associated with him over a decade or so. And he's such an inspiration. And I'm sure such memories will continue to be very important. But to realize their vision, their ambition is to find those synergies in a better manner. And in this context, I would suggest that the PIO Day Malaysia can also bring in certain business component into it. Well, before I conclude, allow me to place on record our deepest appreciation to GOPIO Malaysia, led by its president, Mr. Guna, Secretary General Shashi, he must be everywhere, and GOPIO International, led by its president, Dr. Ponnuswamy, and Secretary General, Mr. Ravindran, and all other associated members who have been participating in this great venture for their tireless efforts in successfully hosting this first ever International Business Summit and Expo. It is so important that it coincided with the Silver Jubilee of GOPIO, which is the 25 years of establishment of GOPIO. That is very, very significant. I can call this certainly a great start, and I'm confident that it will achieve greater heights in the coming years and thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, thank you so much for the inspiring words. Yep. Thank you, sir. And one announcement here. Please take note, the car owner of VEX5101, please immediately remove your car because it is blocking other vehicles. VEX5101. Thank you.
We hope you have found the summit to be as enlightening and inspiring. Before we conclude, let's take a moment to express our gratitude to the organizing committee, GOPIO members, our distinguished speakers, strategic partner, First World Community, FWC, Indian High Commission, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this summit a success. Your dedication has truly made this event exceptional. As we come to the end, let's reflect on the key takeaways and insights we have received throughout the summit. The knowledge shared and connections made will undoubtedly propel us forward in our respective fields and our partnerships, as well as in our passion. We encourage you to continue the conversation sparked here, exchange your contact information, and partner on the innovative ideas that have emerged. Remember, the summit doesn't truly end here. It is just a stepping stone for future partnerships and prospects. Take some time right after the closing ceremony, because there is an exhibition hall just next door. So the exhibitors are eagerly waiting to welcome you all at the booth until 7 p.m. So now we are going to have the final session of summit of the GOPIO International Business Summit 2023. We are going to present the token of appreciation. For that, we would like to invite once again
His Excellency Mr. B.N. Reddy, the High Commissioner of India to Malaysia, accompanied by Mr. Gunasekaran, Mr. Ravindran, Dr. Ponnuswamy. Mr. Shashi, please come to the stage. All right. So now we have a list of people we would like to recognize and appreciate at this moment. So as such, firstly, I would like to invite Dato' Bhupat Rai from the Gujarati Association, Dato' Tamil Selvam, President of FIKIM, Now I would like to invite GOPIO Singapore, Mr. Hari Krishnan Muthuswamy, GOPIO Sri Lanka, Mr. Kantivan, Kantiban. Mr. Kantiban from GOPIO Sri Lanka. Mr. Umesh Chandra from GOPIO Australia. Mr. Ravindra Jain, GOPIO Myanmar. Mr. C.K. Ashok, First World Community. Mr. Yumoto-san, Japan. Dr. Mohan, Invest Sabah. Mr. Pregi Pillai, South Africa. Mr. V.K. Raghu from PIO Chamber of Commerce. Vaiti from Mayok. Dato Tamil Selvam, President of FIKIM. Dr. Navamani. Dr. Guruvayur Usha Durai, Lasha Arts Academy, the entertainment partner for this event. You all were enjoying the wonderful performance last night. It is from them. Another grand applause for them, please. Mr. Damodaran from UAE. Mr. Sayandan Chakravarti on behalf of Empire Magazine India. Mr. Sayandan Chakravarti. Mr. Shimizu San from Japan. Mr. Nakayama-san from Japan. Mr. Kusakabe-san from Japan. Miss Seto-san from Japan. Followed by Miss Takamura-san from Japan. Miss Takamura-san. Next, my co-MC today and yesterday, Ms. Ningeshwari Maniam. Dr. Shankar. Dr. Shankar. All right. We move on to Mr. Kunasegaran Kandasamy, TTN Digital. Oh, Dr. Shankar is here. Mr. Guna, please. Mr. Shankar is here, yes. Sorry, Mr. Guna.
Madam Dolly from GOPIO office. There are so many fans for you here. Madam Dolly is not here? Oh, okay. Madam Rajeswari. Madam Mahalashmi. Mr. Sivaneswaran. Miss Gayatri. Miss Gayatri Krishnan from GOPIO office. ceremony, Mr. Parthiban, and also the president of First World Community Malaysia chapter. Mr. Surya Narayanan. Mr. Subramania. I would like to mention here that Mr. Surya Narayanan's effort is highly recognized. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Subramania. Mr. Kadirasan. Dr. Prabha, MKU Media Partner. He's the man behind who has been capturing the entire 3 days of summit. Mr. Parthiban, please make sure you take the nice photograph of him. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Kalai. Mr. Dinesh from Tulija. Miss Dakshana Ravindran. Mr. Adi Sekhar. Mr. Ganesha Kumaran. Last but not least, the Iron Lady of the Summit, Madam Gayatri. A big thank you to each and every one of you for your participation, engagement, and enthusiasm. It's your energy that has made this summit a vibrant and dynamic experience. As we part ways, carry the inspiration from this summit into your life and let's collectively contribute to positive change and progress. To all the international delegates, safe travel, and until we meet again, let the spirit of this summit guide you in your journey ahead. Thank you, and we will now have a group photography session.
Dr. Mailswamy.
Okay. We would like to call upon Dr. Mailswamy to the stage for the group photography, sir.
All the country leaders, GOPIO.
And we would also request to,
Country leaders, GOPIO.
okay, we would like to request all the country leaders of GOPIO to come to the stage. Country leaders.
That's true.
And of course, our version of the international face, Dr. C.K. Ashok Kumar. Before I mention his name, he has already started walking actually. He knows that I'm calling him.
தூக்கி கீழே
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Mr. Photographer, shall we take photo from this way with the audience, with the delegates? So how do we do that? So can we request all the delegates to come forward? Okay. All right. Okay. So can we request all the delegates to come forward right in front of the stage? Okay. Volunteers, can we get your help just to arrange the chairs we are going to have?
All delegates, please come forward. We are going to get a very big group picture. Yep. I request all the VIPs to be here on the floor. The others can go on the stage. Yes.
Yeah.
We have 3 steps there. Some of you can stand on the steps.
Okay, ma'am.
Madam,
Make sure you buy the national newspapers tomorrow.
Okay.
Your faces will be on the newspaper.
Please go up on the stage. Others, please. Doctor, come.
Madam Amarta. Can we have Madam Amarta?
Sorry, sir.
Come, go.
Yeah. Sir, please. On the stage. Allah, sir.
Huh?
No, they want that. Yeah, background. Can you see one row? Yes.
Come. Stand.
You're not joining us.
Where? No, wait.
Okay, this is very good. Very nice. Yeah, some of you at the back can go on the tiptoe so that we have another layer. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So some youngsters can sit in front also. Yes. Even youngsters. Yeah. Madam Shushma, where are you? She's here. Madam, come. Yeah. Madam Amrita? All right. She got a spot. Ready. Miss Maha and Miss Gayatri, come join us. No. Join us for the picture. We want everybody's face. Okay, probably. Dr. Selvaraj, please come forward. Miss Dolly, join us. Miss Dolly, Mr. Tamil Selvam, don't hide, please come. When thumbs up, please make sure don't blocking others' face. All right, lunch is served. Sayonara, bye-bye. See you all again in the next GOPIO Summit. Thanks for joining. Thank you. please enjoy your meals. The lunch is served. And also please ensure you visit all the booths, exhibition booths at the next door. And we have one exciting news that our Madam Meenakshi would like to share something with you all.
Good afternoon, all the delegates. Your attention, please. See, we have yesterday I have launched Vinayagar Sanjeevi, Apurva Sanjeevini Vinayagar. For your kind information, today we are giving 50% offer. Those who only for GOPIO members. If you would like to buy, you can very well contact. Yesterday it was 1,000 ringgits. Today we are making it take one and get one free. Otherwise, one even you can buy. Thank you very much.
And His Excellency and all the VIPs and all delegates, there is a booth waiting to serve Pani Puri, a wonderful Pani Puri to you all. So please ensure you all go to the booth and visit them. Get your best Pani Puri in the town. Make sure you tag me, huh?
MC பண்ணவே இல்ல.
Alright, nice.
One more. நீங்க நைஸா இருக்கீங்க, நான் நைஸா இல்ல. Okay.
Drop.
Continue. Come on. Super fantastic, excellent ballet.
It's Yogi B, that's right, MTS, Dr. Bird, Mr. G, so Yogi B, Wallaman, damn, it's gonna blow. Baby, you should know. He's a Kalayan, damn, it's gonna blow. Baby, you should know. He's a Kalayan,